guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The next phase of President Trump's 20-point Middle East plan is expected to begin now that all living Israeli hostages have been returned. Ophir Akunis, acting consul general of Israel in Miami, says the next phase hinges on Hamas laying down their weapons.
And it will take time, unfortunately. If they will dare to do something against this one, I think that it won't be only an American response.
He says the Arab nations have signed on to back Israel. Gaza is set to become a demilitarized zone once the remains of all the dead Israeli hostages are returned and all Palestinian prisoners have been released. Despite the historic peace deal that ends more than a 2-year war between Israel and Hamas, California Governor Gavin Newsom appears to have seized the opportunity to troll President Trump. USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The next phase of President Trump's 20-point Middle East plan is expected to begin now that all living Israeli hostages have been returned. Ophir Akunis, acting consul general of Israel in Miami, says the next phase hinges on Hamas laying down their weapons.
And it will take time, unfortunately. If they will dare to do something against this one, I think that it won't be only an American response.
He says the Arab nations have signed on to back Israel. Gaza is set to become a demilitarized zone once the remains of all the dead Israeli hostages are returned and all Palestinian prisoners have been released. Walmart's launching a new partnership with OpenAI to integrate ChatGPT into its shopping platform.
In a post on X, Newsom's press office published a photo of the characters from the movie Dumb and Dumber, juxtaposed with the White House press office's photo of Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu shaking hands. It's unclear if Newsom approved the post. I'm Phil Hewlett.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Witnesses say a boy stabbed a girl at Coronado Middle School in San Diego.
Coronado police were called to the middle school on F Avenue at 10:20 a.m., and the school district said one student was sent to the hospital. NBC7 says multiple students reported a boy had stabbed a girl in the library. Officers searched the campus and cleared any other threats. Parents were allowed to pick up their children early. I'm Jack Cronin.
Staff cuts are coming to a NASA center that does some of its most cutting-edge research.
Roughly 10% of the workforce at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, is being laid off. The cuts are described as a realignment of the workforce and not related to the government shutdown. The reductions will impact about 550 workers in tech, business, and support sectors. JPL manages Earth climate science and builds and operates robotic missions to Mars and other planets. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Midnight is the deadline for ICE to honor a court order to remove a fence outside of a federal immigration facility.
Illinois House Speaker Emanuel Chris Welch is demanding that the action take place immediately because the fence blocks emergency responders.
Mr. Trump, tear down this fence now. Tear it down. Tear down this symbol of division.
Meanwhile, there are new concrete barriers in place near the facility, making the designated protest space smaller. The action is part of Mayor Katrina Thompson's new executive order.
That's in suburban Chicago. Perry Williams with that report, and I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
According to the clock there, it is showtime. All right, time to get the party started as we close out a Tuesday. Yes, indeed, a new day coming our way. How about a hump day? How about a birthday? Happy birthday to me. Time to stop counting the years. Either that or start going the other direction. Numbers are getting too high. All right, 15th day of October. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yet again, a quiet night outside the secret bunker. Now, we will be looking at some changes on the horizon here in the coming days. Things are looking much better tonight along the eastern seaboard after being pounded for numerous days over the weekend into early this week. Matter of fact, it was a deadly storm, 3 fatalities in total in relation to our tropical wind and rainstorm. Finally made that turn. It's headed out into the Atlantic there, well off the eastern seaboard now. But as far as travelers' weathers go, we're about to kick off, I guess they call it the second severe weather season. We always have that transition of the seasons as we roll through the months of spring. You have the clash of the air masses, things beginning to try to warm up with cold fronts coming in from the north. Severe weather season. Well, we're in the process of transitioning from summer-like warmth, what will soon be more like the winter chill. So we're going to be seeing the clash of the air masses. AccuWeather breaks it down for the rest of this week. Essentially, a daily risk of severe thunderstorms will be shifting from the Rocky Mountain states to the Appalachians over the coming days. Main threat's going to be high wind gusts. The severe weather setup through the upcoming weekend will be an example of occasional flare-ups that occur during the fall. This time of the year, sometimes brief, significant severe weather due to more vigorous storm systems, strengthening jet stream, and increasing temperature contrast with summer-like warmth clashing with the winter-like chill. Storm that brought the heavy rain and mountain snow this past day to California is going to transfer some of that energy eastward across the Rockies into the plains for the middle and latter portions of this week. The first day of severe weather activity will be indeed coming our way here midweek Wednesday, affecting a large portion of the Interstate 25 corridor, some of the major highways that bisect it from central and eastern New Mexico to eastern Wyoming, southeastern Montana, and western portions of the Dakotas. Today's severe weather threat includes several major metro areas: Denver and Colorado Springs, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Rapid City, South Dakota, Cheyenne, Wyoming. Along with high wind gusts, the threat gusts to 70 miles per hour. Some of these storms may bring anywhere from pea to golf ball size hail. In a few extreme cases, the hail could actually cover the ground. As we look ahead, Thursday, the risk of severe weather begins to shift further east over the plains states. Thursday afternoon and evening's risk extend from Texas and Oklahoma, the Panhandle regions, northward to central South Dakota, along with storms packing strong winds. Some of these are going to bring flash flooding and moderate hail once again, gusts to 75 miles per hour, which that's the strength of a Category 1 hurricane, of course. The main energy from the California storm is forecast to lift northward into Canada on Friday due to this thunderstorm activity over a portion of the plains and Mississippi Valley, likely to be more spotty in nature. A few of those storms that form could briefly turn severe with high winds, hail, and torrential downpours. Friday's sporadic severe weather risk extends from near Wichita Falls in the northwestern part of Texas to Des Moines, nearly in the middle of Iowa. Just like Thursday, Friday, the wind gusts could be up to 75 miles per hour. Then the severe weather potential increases on Saturday as a ripple in the jet stream circulates across the southern plains, and we see an influx of Gulf moisture increasing over the lower part of the Mississippi Valley. Saturday's risk will extend from the northeast corner of Texas, northern Louisiana, eastern Oklahoma, on over into central Illinois and southwest Indiana. Yeah, the severe weather risk includes St. Louis, Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee. There is a risk of lightning when thunderstorms around. Because of Saturday's severe weather threat, we could see the potential for lightning delays in some of the area football games. They've kind of highlighted an area where there's a moderate risk of severe weather over the middle portions of Arkansas. That means there's likely to be more numerous severe thunderstorms in that zone. Even the possibility of a few tornadoes. In addition to that tornado threat is the likelihood of some storms with moderate hail, hard downpours, wind gusts for Saturday could reach 80 miles per hour. Then the severe weather threat shifting further to the east Sunday, extending from the southern part of the Appalachians to near the northeast portion of the Gulf Coast. Atlanta, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Birmingham, Montgomery, Dothan, Alabama, all in that risk zone for severe weather on Sunday, second half of the weekend. Some of those heavy storms may reach into Charlotte in the evening as well. This could affect airline operations during a busy part of the weekend Sunday, when a lot of folks trying to get home after their weekend activities. All right, the spotty nature of these storms as they traverse the central states, not likely to bring a whole lot of relief in terms of drought. Impact on the area's low river levels will generally be insignificant. The long-running drought conditions over a large part of the Mississippi River drainage basin have caused water levels to drop to critical levels once again. More bottoming of the water levels is likely to continue in the coming weeks, and in some case, they may actually approach within a couple of feet of record levels. Obviously, when the water level in the shipping channel is very low, the channel itself becomes very narrow, and new shoals that have developed pose a risk for tug and barge operations running aground. Low water levels forcing the lighter weight loads and fewer barges that can be safely pushed up and down the river. So there you go. Look at our travelers' weather. It could be kind of interesting over the next few days. What we see tonight on the radar, pretty much quiet on the eastern seaboard. North central USA, some showers. Not really seeing anything as far as severe weather, but we've got some heavier rains in northern portions of Michigan, right through the heart. The northern two-thirds of Wisconsin, still some lingering shower activity in southeastern Minnesota. Meanwhile, the California storm continues to bring some pockets of heavier rain between San Francisco and Redding, California. They've got the winter storm warnings with snowfall piling up across northern portions of the Sierra Nevada. Much spotty shower activity through portions of Nevada, Utah, and northern portions of Arizona there. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Are you ready for a new day? Well, here it is, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
To Philly Dan. Back with us. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Jacob says, morning, Steve, in the overnight drive. Jeffrey on board there in southern Florida. Hello to Andrew. Good morning from Brunswick, Georgia. Country Bumpkins in the house. Hello, Michael. What's up, people? Hello to Marianne, Bob in Michigan. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Thank him. Says we got 58 degrees there. All right. Jerry, morning, everyone. Listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Thanks, everyone, for keeping this country moving forward with everything you do. Thank you, Steve, for the best show on the airwaves. Beautiful weather here, Kokomo, Indiana today. Some of that rain comes our way this weekend. All right, tell them you love them every chance you get, my friends. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull huller. Morning, Steve, 68 degrees under clear skies in Nevada, Missouri. After a short break, hanging out at the Weiss compound with the hot blonde wife, we've got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded like a freight train pointed north at a high rate of speed. I'm spurring it hard for South Dakota. How about a very special one-night-only shout-out to the best overnight radio host out there, the iconic Mr. Steve Summers from Bates County, Missouri. All right, thank you, 2-time world champion, two-time. I saw that photograph of you there at the... or was that Lowe's or Home Depot the other day? All those holiday characters wanting to hang out with 2-time. All right, Uncle Chop's on board. Morning, Steve, the overnight drive, and the listeners out there. On down the line, Larry, good afternoon, hammer down, 63 degrees in Platkill, New York. Round number 2 to Schenectady is underway. All right, yesterday, Tuesday, was the remembrance. It would have been Charlie Kirk's 32nd birthday had he not been assassinated several weeks ago in a poignant, deeply personal ceremony in the White House Rose Garden. President Trump posthumously awarding the Presidential Medal of Freedom to the conservative Turning Point USA co-founder, again, on what would have been his 32nd birthday. After receiving the medal from the president, Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow, delivering a heartfelt tribute, blending grief with gratitude, transforming the ceremony into a celebration of both her husband's life and his unwavering faith in the ideals of liberty. Today, we've gathered not only to celebrate Charlie's birthday, but to honor a truth that he gave his entire life to defend, and that is freedom. She spoke of his deep conviction that liberty was not merely a political concept, but a divine calling. He believed that liberty was both a right and a responsibility. He used to say, freedom is the ability to do what is right without fear. And that's how he lived. He was free from fear, she says. He was free from compromise, free from anything that could enslave his soul. Even Charlie's name carried prophetic meaning. His name, Charles, literally means free man. And that's exactly who my husband was. From the time I met him, there was this divine restlessness within him that came from knowing God placed him on this earth to protect something very, very sacred. But throughout her address, she reminded listeners that Charlie's mission went beyond politics. He often said that without God, freedom becomes chaos. He believed liberty could only survive when anchored in truth. She recalled one of the most quoted lines. The opposite of liberty is not law, it's captivity. He often warned that freedom, detached from moral responsibility, would destroy itself. Freedom divorced from faith eventually just destroys itself. Reflecting on the 12-year journey of Turning Point USA, the organization that her husband co-founded, she described the impact as a movement that called people back to God, back to truth, one that was filled with courage. Charlie never desired to be the center of attention. He loved simple but deeply meaningful things. Things like late-night walks, mint chocolate chip ice cream twice a year, quiet Saturdays, honoring the Sabbath. Her tone kind of lightened a bit as she recalled an annual struggle regarding her husband's birthday. Honestly, President Trump, I've spent 7.5 years trying to find the perfect birthday gift for Charlie, but now I can say with confidence, you have given him the best birthday gift he could ever have. Charlie lived only 31 short years, but he lived. He filled every single day with purpose. He fought for truth when it was unpopular. He stood for God when it was costly. He ran his race with endurance. He kept the faith. And now he wears the crown of a righteous martyr. For me and our children, the truth really steadies our grief because heaven gained what earth could no longer contain. A free man made fully free. Yes, after the whirlwind trip to the Middle East, the speaking to the Knesset in Israel, then on to Egypt, President Trump kind of made a vow that he would get back to be there in attendance, and indeed he was. A man who keeps a schedule that's so busy. I don't know how, especially at his age, how does he do that? From one part of the world to the other, day in and day out. Well, what do you say, Hillbilly? It's been a while. What's happening?
Do I need to sing it, or you just want me to say happy birthday?
Don't give me that Marilyn Monroe impersonation.
I don't want to break the airways.
Right.
With my singing, so I'll just say happy birthday.
Thank you.
58 or 59?
61. Ooh.
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 I thought you were still in the 50s. All righty. I hope you have a wonderful day.
All right. Yeah, it all started.
Any plans for tonight?
No, not really. No, I think we're going to go out this weekend. And the plans are to take the grandkids to the pumpkin patch. But now I'm seeing this weather and the forecast. We may have the showers and the storms. I don't know. We'll see what we can squeeze in. But then we're going to, both me and the Prince's birthday's here just 3 days from now. Her birthday's on the 18th. We're going to go out and celebrate our birthdays over the weekend.
I got you.
Yep.
Good deal. Well, I'm off my detail up here in Columbus on the yard boom, so I'm just running Columbus to Cave City and home every day. I'm on the third round now.
Okay.
So that's a lot better to be able to stretch my legs out and drive instead of just back and forth.
Right, gotcha.
But do you think the Bengals going to improve any since they got a new quarterback?
I'm not really holding my breath. I don't know. What do you think the odds are? They got the Steelers. Or actually, I think they're Thursday night football this week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they played them all night. I don't think the season's saved, but I think they might improve a little bit. I mean, Joe Flacco's a good quarterback.
And going into last weekend's game, I think he actually only had like 3 days to practice and Jamar Chase and learn the new receivers and all that. And so he's had a little more time maybe to be interesting to see how they come together, if they can gel.
Right.
Yep.
I think they'll be all right. I just hope Joe gets his toe healed.
Yeah.
Be back for next season or the playoffs, one or the other.
If we can get there. I think it'd be a miracle,
right.
but we'll give it a shot. We can't give up hope.
Hey, we're still in second place, though.
Amazingly. Lucky thing we got a division that's very, very much struggling, right? Everybody else like 1-4. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com today to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The next phase of President Trump's 20-point Middle East plan is expected to begin now that all living Israeli hostages have been returned. Gaza is set to become a demilitarized zone once the remains of all the dead Israeli hostages are returned and all Palestinian prisoners have been released. Walmart's launching a new partnership with OpenAI to integrate ChatGPT into its shopping platform.
The integration of the software will allow customers to plan meals, restock essentials, and discover new products through chat-based interactions. Walmart and OpenAI's collaboration comes as part of the retail giant's broader strategy to incorporate AI into its operations while also catching up with competitors. OpenAI co-founder and CEO Sam Altman expressed excitement about the partnership and highlighted its potential to simplify everyday purchases. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network, USA, Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you for all those sending happy birthday wishes. Yeah, I see Uncle Chops, Mary Ann, Tony. Scott chimed in. He said, good morning, Steve. I also saw that picture of the two-time world champion bull hauler with Yukon Cornelius. And I could not help but notice that he has been disarmed. That's interesting. I didn't pay close enough attention there. Yes, but Yukon, I guess in this modern day and age, yeah, he was packing in the original. All right, and he ain't packing anymore, right? Does he still have his ice pick, or would that be considered a weapon? All right, Uncle Chops referencing Erica Kirk's comments at the White House. Beautiful words from Erica there at the White House. Hello to Dale. All right. Moving ahead. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. So the storm system that's going to be bringing the potential severe weather outbreak over the next several days is still impacting California and the far western states. As that storm begins to move east here midweek, so too will some of that cold air. That's going to allow some of the precipitation to fall as snow across the higher elevations of portions of Nevada, northern Utah, Idaho, Wyoming. Much of the areas forecast to have rain here on Wednesday are currently in a deep drought. Yeah, right now 100% of the Utah state is in a moderate, severe, or extreme drought. They could really use some of this rain. But the storm's also going to strengthen enough to increase that risk, as we mentioned, for severe thunderstorms as it begins to shift toward the central U.S. Yeah, the cool air brought into the west by the storm clashing with that strong southerly wind, bringing the warm air in from Mexico, will bring prime conditions for thunderstorm development. Drenching thunderstorms and lightning will be widespread with these thunderstorms. We could also see hail and damaging wind, obviously, especially during the afternoon and evening hours. And yes, severe thunderstorms occasionally produce tornadoes. While this threat is relatively low for this current storm system. A couple of brief tornadoes could move onshore as waterspouts. That can't be ruled out. And, of course, we'll be watching with each passing day additional rounds of strong storms may persist across the plains here in the coming days. Well, there he is, the two-time world champion bull hauler, live and in Technicolor.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Steve?
We're doing all right. How about you?
Good, man. Hey, I was calling up to tell you happy birthday from America's Bull Haulers. Enjoy your day when you get to it.
All right. Thank you very much.
You know, I think you probably already figured this out, Steve, but you and I are both being born in 1964. We're the last year of the baby boom generation. You know, there's 19 years of boomers ahead of us, so that means that we're always going to have youth on our side. We're going to be forever young when it comes to baby boomers, so always keep that in mind.
All right. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we were right there at the tail end, right? 64, was that the 64 was still considered a baby boomer?
Yeah, I actually read an article a number of years ago by a guy that he's passed away, and I forget his name now, but he was talking about how he figured out the baby boom generation, and he did his investing based on that. You know, like the certain age hit in the 70s, they were building shopping malls and condos and single-family homes, and he was saying eventually you'd want to get to where you were investing in, like, pharmaceutical and medical and stuff like that. And he said it was, I forget what month in 1946 to, like, late March or April of 64 is where it really dropped off. So they just say everybody between 46 and 64 is tied in there on that. But it was interesting too, because he also talked about how there would be a drop off worldwide in youthful people for employment. And if you look at where we're at right now, a majority of the baby boomers are 65 and older. They're retiring right now, and you and I are of that group where they're going to conveniently cut our Social Security by 20 or 30% when we get to that age, and we're just now starting with the AI and the technology and all that stuff, so they're starting to cover that. So I think it's going to be interesting for us on the lower end of this deal the next 5 or 10 years to see what happens, and see really where things go. And so it'd be interesting to see. But yeah, I try to stay positive and think about that, that we're the babies in the group, so we're always going to have that youth on our side.
Right. That's a good thing.
So, yes, sir. Well, I'm going to leave you with what Brother Rambler would tell everybody is that Jesus loves you and I love you too. And everybody have a good, safe night out there on the nation's boulevards, tearing up the boulevard.
All right. All right. There you go. The two-time world champion bull hauler. All right. Industry headline number 1. Federal officials have gone as far as to call the CDL system in this country broken. We've, of course, been covering numerous stories of CDL fraud around the country. Landline has reported on fraud in Connecticut, Louisiana, Massachusetts, just to name a few. But none of those included a fake beard. The Nassau County, New York District Attorney's Office recently announced a 51-count indictment against 7 individuals, including 3 New York State Department of Motor Vehicle representatives. Former DMV supervisor Kenesha Middleton, 33 years old. Another DMV representative, Tawana Whitfield. DMV representative, Satoya Mitchell. Let me see. Kenesha Middleton's sister, Jamie Middleton, all being charged with 4 felonies and 1 misdemeanor. The Inspector General's office was alerted to the scheme by a supervisor at the Garden City DMV branch, who alleged the employees were processing CDL permit applications without applications or applicants sitting for the actual test. They documented 6 occasions between March of 23 and September of 23. Jamie Middleton allegedly approached the DMV employees dressed in various disguises, including baggy clothing, face masks, in some cases, construction jackets. This was a female, and in some cases had fake facial hair, a beard, a mustache, to appear as another individual. It was all caught on the surveillance video. This scheme was an unbelievable, organized breach of public trust and the trust of millions of drivers using Long Island's roads, according to the Nassau County District Attorney. Safely driving large trucks on our roads requires understanding the rules. A single second hesitation or misjudgment could spell catastrophe. These defendants demonstrated for the right price, they would sell out their integrity and the safety of others. The indictment also alleges that Jamie Middleton took CDL exams for several permit applicants. James Nurse, a 42-year-old, Omesh Mohan, Renee Sardoui, also charged in the indictment with tampering with public records and falsifying business records. Nurse was issued a CDL in September of 23. The investigation revealed the defendant later used this illegally obtained license to drive recycling trucks. Mohan and Surde allegedly went to different DMV locations in Springfield Gardens and Bethpage to provide their paperwork and obtain their interim permits. They were never issued full licenses. This is now the second corruption scheme that this particular office has uncovered this year alone, involving Department of Motor Vehicle employees who saw public service not as a privilege that it is, but as a permission slip for corruption. I guess, long story short, if convicted, all these defendants face a maximum sentence anywhere from 2 1/3 to 7 years in prison. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Let's see what's going on with the... Who would that be? I believe it would be the right-wing nut.
Yes, right wing nut. Yep. Did I hear someone having a birthday today?
Apparently a bunch of people having birthdays, but one of them is your one and only Steve Summers. How about that?
Oh, yes, yeah. Well, well, I just wish you a happy birthday with the highest of octane adult beverages out there and the sweetest and smoothest of cigars. And I got a little ode to you. It's happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, you thing from another planet, you. Happy birthday to you.
Ain't that special?
Yes. Well, I'll tell you what, I got a few more months before mine comes around, and everybody out there, all I want is money for presents. That way I can buy the sweetest of cigars and the highest octane of adult beverages there is. Well, anyways, let's talk about sports. Yeah, I seen where old Joe Flacco did a pretty good job. Just came up a little short in their football game this last weekend, and well, if he could do what he did on 3 days' notice, imagine what he could do if he had more days to practice on his play calling and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Figuring out who's supposed to get the ball.
Right.
I mean, hell, he's already got a Super Bowl ring to his name, don't he? With the Ravens.
I think he does.
Yeah. So, anyways, I don't know. Stranger things have happened, and so what's y'all's record in the AFC Central, or what are y'all in AFC East? I don't remember what the hell y'all are in, but
they started the season off with two wins, and then Burrow got hurt, and they've lost, I think, four in a row since then. Yeah.
Well, it could be worse. Y'all could be like the Dallas Cowgirls. They just, their only consistency is their inconsistency. You know what you call 40 millionaires watching the Super Bowl?
What's that?
Dallas Cowboys. All right, I guess I'm going to go. Enough levity for the night. We'll talk to y'all later. You have yourself a good
All right, thank you very much. The right-wing nut. Emphasis added. There you go. Have a great morning. About 10 before the hour. Yeah, so Thursday night, prime time once again, which historically, for whatever reason, Cincinnati's had a very difficult time proving themselves winners, but they'll face off against the division-leading Pittsburgh Steelers tonight. Looks like, game time, 8:15 Eastern time here. So that kicks off week number 7 in NFL football. All right, 844-844-3388. Someone had called in last. I had missed the headline story. I guess it hadn't made the industry headlines just yet. An accident that occurred in Georgia there Monday. We didn't have the report for our Tuesday morning show, but a fatal crash. Investigators saying the truck driver was following too closely, obviously, on I-85, causing a 6-vehicle, ultimately chain reaction crash that killed 7 people. This was Monday afternoon. 7 killed in the incident. The driver following too closely. I-85, Jackson County, Georgia. About 4:11 in the afternoon, south of mile marker 147. According to Fox 5 Atlanta, the semi-truck was following too closely when it crashed into the back of a Dodge van, causing the van to catch fire Then 4 more vehicles crashing as a result of that initial collision. All 7 individuals in the van perished at the scene. No other serious injuries reported, but there was an animal rescue van that was transporting 37 cats that was involved in the crash. And the rescue reports that several of the animals were injured, and there were like 5 cats unaccounted for, missing. Investigators had not released information on the exact cause of that initial collision that caused this 6-vehicle chain reaction. But then later this past afternoon, word comes down that the truck driver has now been arrested and charged in connection with that chain reaction crash. 33-year-old Kane Aaron Hammock has now been arrested on the following charges. Not good. 8 counts of second-degree vehicular homicide, second-degree vehicular feticide. And I had to double-check that. That's one of those who perished was a pregnant woman, so the fetus perished. Following too closely, charged with distracted driving, and charged with operation of a vehicle without a current plate. All those in connection with that crash Monday afternoon. So there you go. Wow. Horrible incident there. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. A couple minutes before news break, we'll get back to the calls. Who we got on board here? I believe is it Naughty? Yeah, we'll hear from the one and only Knucklebuster. What kind of baloney we have here on a Wednesday. First, everybody knows you can't drive a brick. Or can you? Well, there's a number of Jeep owners out there whose vehicles right now are essentially a brick. There was a software update for the Jeep Wrangler 4xe, which that's their hybrid version. So you've got the gas engine and the battery power as well, the hybrid vehicle that apparently has caused major malfunctions, leaving owners stranded and some in potentially dangerous situations after their vehicles were, they used the term, bricked by the botched upgrade. Yeah, the Stack reported this past Friday, Stellantis released what they call an over-the-air software update for the Uconnect system, which is installed in various Jeep Wrangler 4xe, the hybrid, the plug-in hybrid model. Apparently, the update contained bugs that caused vehicles to malfunction or become bricked if the owners actually installed that update. Bricking is a kind of a technological slang for a device being rendered completely useless by an upgrade or software change. The issue rapidly became apparent as numerous Jeep owners all over the country began reporting problems with their vehicles after the update. In response to the growing number of complaints, a Jeep customer support representative posted a warning on a 4xe forum the following day, Saturday, urging customers to exercise extreme caution if they've actually downloaded the update. The representative then advised any owners who had not yet installed the update, don't do it. Continue to defer the update. He later clarified the issue stemmed from a telematics module box update. And he confirmed that the software update apparently was canceled on the same day. And unfortunately, many Jeep owners had already installed the update before they were able to cancel, which has led to immediate and potentially dangerous consequences. Some owners reported losing power abruptly while driving, putting them at risk for accidents. An IT infrastructure employee at Wells Fargo, one of the affected Jeep owners, shared his experience saying, this was a software change that obviously was not tested thoroughly and was dangerous and could have life safety implications. He said he was fortunate that he lost propulsion while he was driving at low speeds in a neighborhood, allowing him to pull over and restart the vehicle and limp back to the home. Others were not so lucky. I mean, experiencing issues driving at highway speeds and in traffic. Wow, scary stuff. All right, it is 844-844-3388. And we'll close out hour number one. Got a long way to go as we work our way into a new day, 15th day of October coming down the line. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump warns that the U.S. will get involved if Hamas does not disarm. Trump told reporters he sent a clear warning to the militant group.
And they will disarm. And if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. And it'll happen quickly and perhaps violently.
He would not offer any more details when pressed. Hamas laying down their weapons is the next phase of Trump's Middle East peace plan. Reports say Hamas has not yet agreed to disarm. Trump says he spoke to Hamas directly. The group told him they intend to disarm. The Israeli Defense Forces is confirming they opened fire in Gaza as local authorities reported 6 people killed. According to an IDF post on X, it opened fire on what it described as several suspects approaching troop positions in northern Gaza. It's urging residents in Gaza to follow instructions and keep their distance from IDF troops. The gunfire came a day after President Trump's visit to the region, declaring an end to the war between Israel and Hamas. Under the ceasefire, Hamas has released the final remaining living hostages and will transfer the bodies held since October 7th, 2023. A progressive activist is dismissing Republican pushback and encouraging people to participate in the upcoming No King's Day protests.
During a recent interview, Ezra Levin said it's going to be fun, it's going to be powerful, and it's going to be part of history when asked about the protests. The demonstrations are set to be held across 2,000 locations in the U.S. this weekend. Levin also slammed Republicans for their critique of the movement and failed to properly call the protests by the correct name. No King's Day protests come as a follow-up to nationwide events held in June against President Trump, his administration, and his policies. I'm Chris Carraggio.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 202 points, the S&P 500 lost 10 points, and the Nasdaq fell 172 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
In Washington state, a King County judge has ordered 2 people and their companies to pay more than $7 million after finding them liable for running a statewide scheme to gain control of deceased strangers' estates and then pocketing the money.
John Elliott and Chanel Sund used legal tactics to get access to the estates. They sold homes, Rolex watches, jewelry, and other items and took large commissions and fees. $4 million will be returned to estates. I'm Brad Ford.
New York Attorney General Letitia James made her first public appearance Monday night since being indicted by the Department of Justice.
I know what it feels like to be attacked. She didn't directly mention the president or the indictment as she amped up the thousands of Mamdani supporters. I will not give in. I will not give up. A grand jury in Virginia indicting James on mortgage fraud charges after the U.S. attorney there presented evidence over a 2023 mortgage she took out to help her niece buy a home in the state. James won a multi-million-dollar civil fraud trial last year against the president. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
A set of convictions out of San Diego could be a model for prosecuting Antifa cases nationally.
President Trump says Antifa should be designated as a domestic terrorist organization, and while tracking down specific members and networks could be challenging, the Union Tribune says a case out of San Diego may provide a model. In 2021, District Attorney Summer Stephan charged 11 people as Antifa supporters for their roles in a targeted attack on Trump supporters in Pacific Beach. They were all charged with conspiracy to riot, and all 11 were convicted or pleaded guilty. I'm Jack Cronin.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Working our way into a brand new day. From coast to coast, as we turn the page on the calendar, 15th day of October. Now, a headline from Newsweek this past day says America's trucking industry is in trouble. hauling an estimated 11 billion tons annually. Handling nearly 3/4 of the nation's freight by weight, there can be few doubts about the importance of the nation's truckers to the economy. America's truck drivers essential to the strength of our economy, the security of the nation, the livelihoods of the American people. From a White House statement earlier this year. And for the drivers themselves, carting cargo on American highways has been an engine of class mobility, a flexible vocation, offering decent pay without the prerequisite of a college education or the dawning prospect of an office-based 9-to-5. But burnout and stagnant wages have sparked a retention crisis among truckers. And the industry as a whole appears to be in a period of flux. Since at least 2023, bankruptcies have been on an upward trend. Equipment Finance News counts over 30 trucking companies that have filed Chapter 11 since the beginning of the second quarter. And the latest forecast paints a highly uncertain picture. According to ACT Research, buffeted by trade policy, weak demand, broader economic headwinds, to some, the problem is one of labor and an insufficient supply of drivers. There's that old driver shortage scenario. A survey by Tech.co found that 69% of freight businesses are struggling to meet demand as a result of driver shortages. However, James Peoples Jr., professor of economics at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, tells Newsweek there was a big debate over whether there is indeed such a shortage or simply a retention issue. And we know the end on that story. Nonetheless, consistently high labor turnover rates create the same challenge as a shortage. Companies unable to operate at full capacity and fill shipper demand in a timely fashion. Steve Burks, a former truck driver, now professor of economics and management at the University of Minnesota, argues that far from a shortage, the industry suffers from excess capacity as a result of demand falling since the post-COVID boom. Burke says a huge spike in employment rates coming out of the pandemic when becoming a truck driver was a golden handshake, followed by a decline in demand that has now kept the industry in a freight recession since the back half of 2022. Avery Weiss, vice president of trucking at FTR Transport Intelligence, said trucking remains in a prolonged slump that perhaps might best be thought of as a hangover from the extraordinarily strong freight market from late 2020 to early 2022. Data from the Department of Transportation shows freight volumes have been on a noticeable downtrend since early 22. Experts think the problem may be poised to even worsen as tariffs weigh on demand. Peoples tells Newsweek that declining consumer demand attributable to higher tariffs, as well as intermodal competition from freight rail companies, has indeed created a challenging business environment for the industry as a whole. And that's where we stand. Well, hello there, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Well, we finally found somebody that sings worse than I do, Steve.
The right wing nut.
I thought he did. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man. I was like, golly, man, that's bad. Shoot. But anyway, enough of all that. But they are right. There is a driver shortage out here. About 75% of the people they got in behind the steering wheel these semis out here are not truck drivers. They're just rank-ass amateurs, right? Wanting to be a truck driver.
Yep.
That's why they drive as bad as they do there. So, I don't know. It's not going to get much better. I can promise you that. Steve, I found out today that my wallet is just like an onion.
Please explain.
Every time I open it, I cry.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. Well, dogs can't operate. Well, you're talking about the cats in that wreck over in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
That boy's going to jail for a long time, but he might as well get ready to bend over and get him some KY jelly and get ready for it, because he ain't getting out for a while there. Well, anyway, but dogs can't operate an MRI machine, but cats can.
CAT scans, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Steve. It's been a pretty good day there. Shoot, I got home, took me a shower, jumped in the bed, and as soon as I walked out the door to leave, that good-looking baby dog across the street, she was pulling up from work. And I said, "That's just about right, woman. Every time I walk out the door, you come home." So if I got to leave, you're not going to be there. So anyway, I don't know. These people are getting nuts out here all the time, Steve, which I know everybody knows about already there. But I'm going to ease on down here to New Boston and see that good-looking strawberry blonde up down there and truck them up south there. And hopefully she's working tonight. So, ain't that what they used to say? Wasn't that old joke guy asked, was it regular Ethel? And he said, "Ethel, she's working tonight." I don't even. Yeah. They still even make Ethel gasoline. I guess that's what they call the, what's that stuff they put in it there? In the gasoline.
Ethanol?
Ethanol. Oh, okay. So, yeah, that'd be ethyl, wouldn't it? They've been putting that in gas for a long time.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'll shut my big pie hole up and keep listening and watch all these crazy-ass people running all over me tonight. So we'll call in later on there. Maybe we can get has Horse Feathers called in and made the hump day official?
Not at the moment, but I do believe he will in a matter of moments.
Oh, well, hey, Steve, what day is it? What day is it? It's Wednesday, Steve. All right, come on, Horse Feathers. We need you to make it official. Have a good morning, Mr. Steve.
There you go. Have you priced a new car as of late? You talk about sticker shock. From the bottom line, 5 years ago, the average new vehicle cost roughly $40,000, which was a new record high. The current average is now past $50,000, illustrating the rapid escalation of prices and the transformation of what constitutes a typical new car purchase in this country. For many Americans, the new car market has shifted decisively toward the affluent buyers. Technologically advanced vehicles with economic pressure and regulatory changes redefining supply and demand. The average price paid for a new car in the United States surpassed $50,000 for the first time in September. A pivotal moment for the automotive market as buyers increasingly opt for luxury vehicles and electric models. Analysts in the industry point to multiple trends converging to drive prices higher, signaling deeper shifts in buyer behavior and unprecedented challenges for those cost-conscious consumers. The growing popularity of electric vehicles center in this surge. According to the Kelley Blue Book, electric models accounted for approximately 11.6% of new vehicles sold last month. which, believe it or not, is a record high for the U.S. market. Now, the average electric vehicle sells 58,124, up 3.5% from August, while total electric vehicle sales for the third quarter reached nearly 438,000 units, represented a 10.5% market share, almost a 30% increase over the same period last year. Now, there may have been a surge. The expiration of the $7,500 federal tax credit for buyers had created a rush, that surge in sales. As incentives declined slightly in September compared to August, but were still higher than last year, the luxury segment also fueled the price increases. More than 60 models with an average sticker price north of $75,000 contributed to 7.4% of new car sales. The market's upper tier continues to expand, reflecting wealthier households, their capacity to absorb rising cost, and embrace high-ticket vehicles. Now, meanwhile, the once common $20,000 car is pretty much gone. No more on the dealership lots. Many budget-focused Americans have had to shift toward used vehicles or choosing to keep their existing cars longer. Data from S&P Global shows the average age of cars on American roads exceeds 12 years right now.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
I suppose it's as good a time as any to, well, make it official. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah. So anyways, I guess we're supposed to do, hey, Mike, what day is it, Your Honor? What day is it?
Happy
is it
birthday to me. Happy birthday, right. Oh, hump day.
Happy birthday.
As a side note, yeah, it is hump day. I'm losing track of days,
it is
though.
hump.
I'm
All
confused,
right.
yeah.
So with today being hump day and today being your birthday, does the princess give you anything special today? Just asking, Your Honor.
Probably.
You don't have to tell us, but
a honey-do list.
Oh, I don't know. I thought maybe she'd give you some sort of comfort or something today to celebrate your birthday, being hump day and everything.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Just anyway. All right. Before we get ourselves in too much trouble with the FCC and all them other people, but anyway, there. So I don't know. I sent you a few things there. I heard the stock market had a little decline there yesterday. Were there any people jumping off of buildings or bridges because of the stock market decline again?
Not that I'm aware of.
Went down Friday and up and down? No? Okay. The stock market's probably a pretty good place to invest in. I sent you that thing there that explained why, who the best investors are in the stock market. And, of course, we all know it's the people that, what is their annual salary, like $175,000 a year or something, that become multimillionaires on that salary?
Right.
That, if you look at percentage returns, I didn't even realize this until really thinking about it with this video that I saw. Their rate of return just shadows what Warren Buffett can do. I mean, Warren Buffett is like playing, pinochle with the roulette wheel compared to what these Congress people do for the amount of return they get on their financial investment. So kind of interesting. So I guarantee as long as everybody down there in Washington there is in there running the stock market, for their financial returns, I guarantee that stock market will never turn too far south, And
I was looking through some of that report. So, that they start off saying one of the, I guess, most ingenious investors of all time has been Warren Buffett, a guy that typically the average investor may get, say, a 10% increase. Warren Buffett typically doubles that. But they went on to explain that there is a group, it's oddly enough members of Congress, that do astronomically better than even Warren Buffett does on the return on investment. In some cases, I'm not seeing names, but in some cases, 140%. And that's called insider trading.
Isn't that amazing how when you're going to pass a law, or like when this Green New Deal came and then they knew which companies were going to build wind towers and which companies were going to build solar panels, that their family members could invest in those companies. And it's just amazing how they knew which companies to invest in, when all that came along. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. But we've all said it for a long time, and it goes back to the saying that we've been saying way back since you just did the weekends and produced the other show there, and that's follow the money. You follow the money, you see where the issues come from, because the monies and power they go hand in hand with each other.
Yep.
So I don't know. There was a couple other ones I sent you. I really didn't pay a whole lot of attention to things going on yesterday. I think I actually got a halfway decent day's sleep yesterday in between. So I really didn't spend a lot of time up. But I received a new AM, FM, CD, Bluetooth radio to put in my main ride. You were talking about people's main rides, and people keeping their vehicles longer. So the main ride before, especially when we had the Great Danes there, was a 2003 Suburban, and we had that for 20 years, and the frame rotted through and broke on me. So to pretty much be finished up and go down the road, wasn't really happy that we had to get rid of it, but there wasn't any way to restore it without doing a complete frame off and completely putting a new frame in it, and value-wise, just it wasn't there to do that. So anyways, there I ended up dropping down to my reserve vehicle, which is a 1989 F350 four-wheel drive crew cab with an 8-foot bed. And I'll tell you what, the bumper to bumper on it there, well, that's a little bit shorter than the fire truck, but because the fire truck has a setback front axle, actually axle to axle is almost the same on the pickup as it is the fire engine. So you can imagine what it's like driving that around town. But anyways, the AM FM went bad in it there. Kind of got a little bit of smoke coming out of the dash from it, so we had to cut the wires on it, and so we got a new one we have to install. So we'll probably be doing that pretty quick there, because we got ourselves a one and done tonight, so we're already loaded and get down the road and get this offloaded and probably be home about time you're calling it quits there, maybe.
How about that?
We'll have to see where we end up, but it's going to be right around that. So short day of pay, but at least maybe I get something done after I get home. But other than that, I guess we're just calling in today and making sure everybody knows to say happy birthday to you. And I guess we got to put Facebook birthday things out there for the princess for what, Saturday? Is it Saturday the 18th? Is that what we're doing the princess for?
Yes, Saturday. That is correct.
We won't ask how old.
We'll just say.
We won't ask.
Well, I don't know. I better not even say that. Hey, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We're barreling toward one of the longest shutdowns in American history.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is warning the current government shutdown could be one of the longest in history.
He spoke at a news conference on Monday.
We will not allow the American people to be taken hostage over partisan demands.
The Republicans said if Democrats keep up their obstruction, then that's where we're going to be headed. The shutdown began October 1st and looks like it's heading into its third week. The Senate's expected to vote again today on a measure to fund the government, but it's one that's already failed 7 times. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
It's another Biden backfire on the world stage. As President Trump celebrates a breakthrough Israel-Hamas peace deal, Biden tried to take a little bit of that credit, claiming his team worked relentlessly for peace. Critics say Biden's weak foreign policy and failed Gaza projects only empowered the radicals, while Trump's strength and resolve brought the hostages home and peace to the region. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we've had our fair share of discussions regarding cargo theft. A growing problem nationally. And a number of weeks ago, the DOT was asking for input. The industry, give us some input on how to stop cargo theft. That request for information was posted on September 19th. The deadline to submit a comment is next Monday. And for all the growing concerns, it appears there ain't many folks interested in offering any input. As of Monday, there's 28 comments submitted to the regulations.gov website. 28. Cargo theft, a growing concern in the transportation system, costing the economy billions annually. These crimes involve opportunistic, straight thefts of trailers, containers, and loads at truck stops or multimodal distribution hubs, and sometimes highly coordinated operations conducted by organized criminal networks. Both categories create a significant economic loss, disrupting the supply chain and in some cases funding broader illicit activities, such as narcotics trafficking, counterfeiting, human smuggling. So the DOT was asking for information from state, metropolitan, local agencies, law enforcement, obviously any industry stakeholders, that's carriers, shippers, drivers, warehouse operators, to help them develop some strategies and maybe some programs to reduce cargo theft. Again, as of early this week, only 28 comments submitted at this point, and there's 5 days remaining. Regulations.gov is the website. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. I do believe Plowboy on board. What's happening, Plowboy?
Well, good morning, Steve. No, not too much. Happy birthday, brother. I'm wishing you many, many, many more.
Yeah, me too. Thank you. I hope.
You're welcome, brother. Somebody said something last night about the seals and all that on the trailers. Steve, I'm sorry. There was one thing that we ran years ago. I think they call it a meat bar lock or whatever, where you literally lock your bars together with a big-ass lock that at that time was, I think I paid $50-some-odd for mine.
Yeah.
And there was no way you can cut it. But here's the problem. I think it was Knucklebuster was talking about all the different pretty seal colors. These thieves can identify them. Hell, I pulled for, back pre-2000s for Dell computers. And they literally had Dell computers stamped right on the damn seal. Is that not about crazy? And it was a boat seal. So it's kind of like, we're going to go for that one. I'll be damned if they would want to go for something else like a latex load or whatever.
Right.
Just because. I mean, you could literally drive up the highway if you've been out here long enough to see what the hell somebody had on without even asking a question. But I talked to Pappy last night a little bit, and I don't know, Steve, I've got misgivings on this. Why do we need a bass in Idaho for the guitar? I can't figure this one out, Steve. Why are we letting some foreign damn country put a bass in our country? I don't see where there's anything but.
We touched on that a couple mornings ago. They're not building a base. There's the base that exists, and they're going to have, I guess, some buildings built on the base to house. Because it's going to be a training facility. We're training them how to fly the aircraft that I think they bought from us.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood the way I was reading it, but okay, thanks for the correction. No, I just getting out of. I remember years ago when we lost our fine military men trying to train them yahoos over there because they went south and killed our finest of our troops. I don't know. It's kind of a little bit. That's the only thing I really had to say against that, but. I don't know all that much more. Just other than that, I better get off here. I'll call you probably later in only an hour.
All right.
Again, happy birthday, Steve.
Thank you. There you go. It's 844-844-3388. Cargo theft. Drummer Girl actually did offer a few comments about that last evening. And she said back in the early 90s, when she was working for J.R. Butler delivering Hess department store trailers, she said we ended up having to park them in the Dunmore yard, back door to back door, because the cargo theft, which then they actually started cutting through the floors of the trailer to get in the trailer. Now, we later found out it was somebody that worked in the warehouse that was giving information, telling people where in the trailer certain expensive items were. So they knew where they could cut the floor. of the trailer and get those particular items. But yeah, so a little inside job, and that's a common thing as well. There's always a lot of inside assistance with some of these cargo theft operations. As the government shutdown rolls on, and yes, they did again hold a vote this past day. We're up to vote number 8, which once again, as the previous 7, failed. Yeah, the number of federal workers being laid off. Yeah, the term layoff, not furloughed, where they would get back pay when this is all resolved. Layoff is you're pretty much out of a job. The numbers were revised downward a bit this past day, suggesting the administration's initial statement about sweeping job cuts may have been a little too ambitious, but we do know the Trump administration has dismissed 4,108 employees since October 1, the day the shutdown began. The Justice Department last week, in a separate court filing, estimated the figure was at least 4,278. But the cuts amount to a fraction of the government workforce, of course. Government agencies employ some 2 million civilians in this country, at least at the start of the Trump administration. President blaming the cuts on the government shutdown. Lawmakers failing to agree on a spending plan for those federal agencies. Since 1981, this country has had 15 federal government shutdowns that furloughed hundreds of thousands of workers. No president previously has sought to use a shutdown as a basis for firings, large-scale firings. These dismissals are expected, they say, to possibly disrupt some government operations, including disease outbreak investigations, college preparation. Federal worker unions are suing to overturn these job dismissals. Now, the law prohibits U.S. agencies from carrying out functions without approved funding from Congress. There are certain exceptions, including national security purposes, essential services, to protect life and property. The unions say that these layoffs, it's not an essential service that can be performed during a government closure. The shutdown does not justify mass job cuts because most federal workers have been furloughed without pay. Meanwhile, a federal judge is due to hear that case from the unions at some point in time today, October 15. Meanwhile, from the Middle East, after the historic day before yesterday, they tell us the ceasefire is holding at this point in time. Does it appear Hamas maybe not living up to their expectations here? President Trump this past day said he's had communication and communicated to Hamas they have to disarm or they will be forced to do so. Of course, we all witnessed the last living hostages being freed from Gaza. Israel sending home busloads of Palestinian detainees under the ceasefire deal brokered by Trump. But Hamas apparently has not publicly committed to putting down their weapons. That is a key to the next phase of this operation. Trump, during a meeting at the White House with the Argentinian president this past day, Javier Milei, said, quote, "If they don't disarm, we will disarm them, and it will happen quickly and perhaps violently." He said he had communicated this to Hamas, and they had agreed to disarm, as his 20-point peace proposal had stated. He said, "I spoke to Hamas, and I said, you're going to disarm, right?" Yes, sir, we're going to disarm. That's what they told me. Later clarifying that he passed the message through intermediaries. The outlook for the peace plan, a little darker since he returned from the visit to Israel and Egypt on Monday. Yesterday, Israel apparently restricting some of the aid slated to go into Gaza. Kept the enclave's border shut on Tuesday, while we've witnessed some of these Hamas fighters reemerging, demonstrating their grip by there were some public executions that took place in the streets there in Gaza. Now, supposedly, the public executions were of other gang members. Trump kind of addressed that. I really didn't have a problem with that. It was other gangs that the Hamas, I guess, was trying to reassert their grip on so-called security in that region of Gaza. But, all right, 844-844-3388. Hump Day comes our way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back at it here. I assume Pappy must have been taking a nap. Up and at 'em, right? I know you're on your Kelly week. If you were working tonight, I think you'd be out there. Had a fatal incident right out in your neck of the wood. Cleves, pedestrian hit or something a few hours ago. All right, up and at 'em. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hey, Mike. Yes, he did make it official. Horse feathers, that is. 844-844-3388. Dial up that number. And same for the rest of you nocturnal listeners. Don't be a scarecrow. Let's go. Oh, yeah, and happy birthday, Steve. Snuffy and Granny checking in. Happy birthday, Steve. Snuffy and Granny listening in from Fort Drum, New York tonight. Have a great birthday. Taking care of business. All right, not a day goes by as of late where we're not hearing discussions about the English language proficiency in the trucking industry. Numerous pieces of legislation have been introduced to codify, congressionally mandating this. The latest is a new bill in the Senate that would require prospective truck drivers to demonstrate basic English proficiency before they can receive a CDL. Senator Cynthia Lumens introducing Senate Bill 2991, S2991. The bill would put President Trump's executive order regarding English proficiency for CDL holders actually into law. Wyoming families and travelers deserve safe highways, she says. I'm introducing this common sense legislation to ensure commercial truck drivers operating heavy machines can simply read signs, understand traffic laws, communicate effectively with law enforcement and emergency responders. Wyoming is a critical interstate commerce hub, I-80, a major shipping corridor. Obviously, with our challenging road conditions, high winds, winter storms, mountains, demand clear communication between drivers and authorities. This legislation will correct the major mistake the Obama administration made in undermining those rules that will codify President Trump's executive order to make our highways safer for all Americans. Now, obviously, the executive order, going all the way back to the end of April, said the ability to speak and read English is a non-negotiable safety requirement for professional drivers. The order added that commercial drivers should be able to read and understand traffic signs, communicate with traffic safety, border patrol, agricultural checkpoints, cargo weigh stations. So Loomis's bill is, I guess you'd say, the Senate version of Connor's Law, which was introduced by Representative Dave Taylor of Ohio back in May. Connor's Law refers to Connor Zion, who died at the age of 18 in a crash involving a tractor-trailer. A separate collision caused him to be stuck in traffic for about an hour when a truck driver crashed into the line of stopped vehicles. The truck driver was said to be unable to read English and reportedly had passed signs that had been set up by Florida law enforcement warning of the stopped traffic and a crash ahead. So both S2991 and the House version, HR 3608, would require English proficiency for all CDL holders and take drivers who are unable to meet the standard off the road. Of course, OOIDA had petitioned the CVSA earlier this year, back in March, to indeed place violators of that requirement out of service. They are in obvious support of the bill. OOIDA and professional truckers across America applauding Senator Loomis for her leadership in taking action to address the long-ignored issue of English proficiency for commercial drivers. It's not just a matter of convenience. This is a matter of safety for everyone who shares the road, according to OOIDA President Todd Spencer. By ensuring all drivers operating 80,000-pound pieces of machinery can read signs and communicate, this legislation strengthens accountability, helps prevent tragedy before they happen. So we strongly support efforts that make the highways safer and the industry more professional. Loomis's bill is co-sponsored by Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming as well. On the House side, Taylor's bill currently has 16 co-sponsors in the House. Of course, as we've followed over the years, legislation is introduced day in and day out. In many cases, your representative, House member or senator, may not even be aware that legislation is in existence. There's so much going on in D.C. Oftentimes, and we may see this at some point, OOIDA would put out a call to action. Make that call. Just you could leave a message on the hotline. Every representative, every senator has their own toll-free number in D.C. If they hear from their constituents asking them to please support this common sense legislation to help keep our highways safe from these unqualified drivers. All right? So keep that in mind. All right, news break coming up. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Trust your week's going well. We're about halfway there. We'll get over the hump, and then it's rolling toward the weekend. All right, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We're barreling toward one of the longest shutdowns in American history.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is warning the current government shutdown could be one of the longest in history.
He spoke at a news conference on Monday.
We will not allow the American people to be taken hostage over partisan demands.
The Republicans said if Democrats keep up their obstruction, then that's where we're going to be headed. The shutdown began October 1st and looks like it's heading into its third week. The Senate's expected to vote again today on a measure to fund the government, but it's one that's already failed 7 times. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
It's another Biden backfire on the world stage. As President Trump celebrates a breakthrough Israel-Hamas peace deal, Biden tried to take a little bit of that credit, claiming his team worked relentlessly for peace. Critics say Biden's weak foreign policy and failed Gaza projects only empowered the radicals, while Trump's strength and resolve brought the hostages home and peace to the region. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We're barreling toward one of the longest shutdowns in American history.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is warning the current government shutdown could be one of the longest in history.
He spoke at a news conference on Monday.
We will not allow the American people to be taken hostage over partisan demands.
The Republican said if Democrats keep up their obstruction, then that's where we're going to be headed. The shutdown began October 1st and looks like it's heading into its third week. The Senate's expected to vote again today on a measure to fund the government, but it's one that's already failed 7 times. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
It's another Biden backfire on the world stage. As President Trump celebrates a breakthrough Israel-Hamas peace deal, Biden tried to take a little bit of that credit, claiming his team worked relentlessly for peace. Critics say Biden's weak foreign policy and failed Gaza projects only empowered the radicals, while Trump's strength and resolve brought the hostages home and peace to the region. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people, people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thursday, 15th day of October comes our way. Trust your week's going well. I kind of wonder, what are they going to look like? Our Cheetos, our Doritos, other popular snacks. As PepsiCo, like many others, announcing some of their biggest snack brands are about to get a healthy new look, as they plan to remove artificial colors and flavors from the likes of Doritos, Cheetos, other popular products. Part of this push toward what their CEO calls naked or NKD snacks. Speaking to Yahoo Finance, he said the company wants to address what he described as a deficiency of fiber among U.S. consumers. Fiber is going to be a big trend. Consumers in the U.S. have deficiency of fiber. So we are innovating in fiber. The new versions of Doritos and Cheetos will be made without artificial flavors or colors. Now, this following the announcement from the Department of Health and Human Services. They work with industry leaders trying to eliminate petroleum-based dyes from the food supply by the end of next year. Among the dyes targeted, they say, red 40, yellow 5, yellow 6. Those are found in Doritos Nachos cheese. Cheetos, likewise, has yellow number 6. A board-certified dietitian, Kendall McIntosh, said that these additives have been linked to inflammation, hyperactivity, oxidative stress. A review of 27 clinical trials revealed that about 64% of studies found behavioral issues in children connected to eating artificial dyes. She says it's very encouraging to see some of these major brands following Secretary Kennedy's Make America Healthy Again plan. Consumer demand is driving this shift. When we stop buying these products, companies have to change. Similar makeovers are coming for other PepsiCo chips, including the likes of Lay's and Tostitos, which are going to be relaunched with new ingredient-focused packaging by the end of this year. Gatorade will be removing artificial ingredients over the coming years. They say they plan to expand the use of avocado and olive oil in certain products and ensure that all U.S. Lay's chips are free from artificial flavors or colors by the end of this year. The FDA commissioner addressed food dyes earlier this year, saying the FDA is asking these companies to substitute petrochemical dyes with natural ingredients for American children, as they've already done in Europe and Canada. We have a new epidemic of childhood diabetes, obesity, depression, and ADHD. Given the growing concerns of doctors and parents about the role of these petroleum-based food dyes, we shouldn't be taking risks. We should do everything possible to safeguard the health of our kids. As far as Kennedy, he said that these dyes, these poisonous compounds, offer no nutritional benefit, but actually pose real, measurable dangers to our kids' health and their development. But indeed, direct links to the likes of hyperactivity in kids. When we were youngsters, all these snacks, chips, those were an occasional treat. Now, you didn't get a bag of chips every day for breakfast and lunch and an afternoon snack. In this day and age, it's like it's become the norm for kids from the time they wake up to the time they fall asleep to be snacking on these various chips and unhealthy. Meep, meep, Indiana Roadrunner.
You nailed it right there. When we was kids, we did snack all day. these tater chips and all these dyes and all this stuff that everybody's having fits like it's something new, and we're all going to die because of rich corporations. No, it's just everybody's sitting around stuffing their face with all that stuff all the time.
Yeah.
You know, little kids, candies. You know, that's their pacifier. The little juvenile delinquent whines a little bit, and they stuff candy in their mouth. Don't be like my daughter, my grandkids. They eat okra and bananas. Just olives. That's their snacks. And the thing is, my daughter did that because that's what my wife did. Our kids ate all kind of funky stuff when they were younger because it's an acquired taste. Parents just turned their kids in a little tub of lards because they always got to stick something in there that they think the kid likes, which is usually sugar-based or got a lot of salt or something like chips do. But anyway, that was a freebie. I was thinking, they said they had, naked snacks?
Yes.
If I told my mom I wanted a naked snack when I was younger, I would have got sent in my room for talking nasty. But anyway, that's the way my mind works. And then, top of the hour news, I have to say, after hearing the top of the hour news, the Biden administration, them people are idiots. And they're trying to take credit for what Trump did. That's an embarrassment. But stupid is where some people they're actually bragging about that. Oh, no, Joe Biden did that. Joe Biden didn't do nothing because there was nobody home in his head.
Yeah.
His administration may have tried to do something. They take credit for it, but he didn't do anything. That poor man, there just was nobody home. When there was somebody home, he was an idiot, though. I just had to get that off my chest.
Absolutely. There you go. Now you said it.
I'm feeling much better now. He's talking about cargo thefts and stuff. Part of the problem, this trucking industry and everybody else, it's just the world we live in. A lot of people are not security-minded. You go through a truck stop, and I guarantee you probably 1 out of every 3 or 4 trucks is sitting there unlocked. The trailers are unlocked. You may have a seal on it. There's stuff, anything's easy to get into, because it's one of my pet peeves. People act like you weakness, like we're sissies or something, if you have a sense of security. It's like making fun of people that are licensed to carry concealed carry. They say, "Oh, you're paranoid." No, they're not paranoid. They're prepared. It's like if I lock my truck up, I'm not paranoid somebody's going to break into it. I'm prepared. But why let the stupid door unlocked? And why let your trailer unlocked if you can lock the thing up? And of course, then they park them, trailers and ops, in dark spots or place unsecured lots. And company I worked for before I retired, they had a lot of thefts in their quarries and stuff like that, and then their asphalt plants. They finally sent memos out, saying, park your stuff after hours under lights and in front of security cameras if possible. Of course, the only problem is because it's a capital expenditure. Boy, that's a big word. The corporate wouldn't let them spend money to update the security cameras. So when something did happen, the security cameras would catch it, but it was a pain in the ass and to try to find where the theft went on, and then the quality was just horrible. I'm just an idiot, but my gosh, I work for a multi-billion-dollar corporation. I have better security cameras on my house than they did in their company. It goes back to my pet peeve. People are not security minded. They're worried about spending money for security. And I know guys that small business stuff. They're not too worried about security because if somebody breaks in their business and drives off a couple of their machines, and I can think of somebody on top of my head that he'd come out like a rat, because of the insurance paid off better than what the machines were actually worth, and the little odd and end parts and equipment, everything got stolen. So, but now like our asphalt plant close to my house, when I worked at a company, my gosh, it'd be a great place to build roads here. I have to buckle myself down. It's like riding a bad horse here. They didn't have real good security around there, and then stuff. Well, every Labor Day, long Labor Day holiday, every year, somebody would break in there into the asphalt plant, and they had the little Connex boxes, and found they put bigger locks on it. Well, these people come in there with these bolt cutters, and they just cut the little. Left the lock alone, and they just cut the little flappers that the locks go through, because they're all soft metal anyway. But the guy that was in charge of the asphalt plants, he finally got aggravated, because every time they put a chain on a gate and a lock, because you couldn't, they wouldn't let you spend real good, money on real good chains and real good locks. So he put a lock on there, and every weekend somebody cut it off, and they'd go drive in the back gate and go load them up a bunch of rock and stuff. And, or, if they can break into something, they, steal a bunch of parts and power tools and things like that. Or you do like where they said, we got to park, we can't let the welders take our welding truck home because we want to be secured. So where did they park the welding trucks? Well, they parked it behind the building in the dark. So what happens when the place got broke into? Them guys were sitting back there in the dark, and they just stole all kind of stuff off the welding trucks.
Yep.
People are idiots. But they did fix the back lock. The guy, he finally took his company credit card. He got what he called railroad locks. He put chains on there. And it's kind of funny. I go back there once when I look and check the locks for him, and you can see where bolt cutters been on there. They've been trying to chew the heck out of that thing, but they can't seem to cut that lock. So it must be pretty tough. But he paid big money for it. Somebody did ram the gate and bent the gate, but they didn't knock it over. But whatever they rammed it with probably had to have damage. I figured the next thing I'm going to do is probably take a cutting charge or something. But, these are relentless. You got to light things up. You got to put cameras out there. It's kind of like safety.
Yep.
We live in an age where everybody talks about safety. It's like where I used to work at. We talked about safety, man. We filled out papers every day. We checked boxes, and we had a 15-minute meeting. Well, we signed a paper that said we had a meeting every morning for 15 minutes. But anyway, the thing is, we just talked about safety. We never practiced safety. And that's, people nowadays in the trucking industry, my opinion, man, it is a lot easier nowadays to drive an unsafe truck up and down the road than it was years ago. I don't have no problems with DOT. I don't see any DOT.
Wow.
Yet I see a lot of whining about DOT. But, these bunch of sissies out here nowadays, they should have been out here when the DOT were actually did work a little bit harder, and we're doing more safety inspections. But anyway, I guess I might run out of gas on that one there. I'll let you go ahead. I'll breathe while I let you go say something.
Hey, it's good to hear from you, Roadrunner. Safe travels out there. Don't be a stranger, and appreciate you being on board. Yes. Well, hello to Kingpin. It's been a while since you've sent us a message. He says, happy birthday, Steve. You're not wearing your new patriotic tie for your birthday. Oh, boy. Yeah, if you weren't with us last evening, I explained that. My daughter, trying to be nice, she was at the thrift store, and it was a tie. I don't know why was she looking at ties, but this one caught her eye because it looked patriotic, red, white, and blue. And she knows how patriotic her dad is. What she did not notice that, the red, white, and blue were the hats on the Democrat Party mascot, the donkey. It's a Democrat Party tie. So no, I'm not wearing my new patriotic tie. Thank you very much. Yeah, I said these days I catch the tail end of the show when I'm getting ready for work. And then I listen to the replay, but I always glad to hear the show and all the characters. Roz and I were kind of taken aback when we realized we missed Big Ed and Denise when they came through the Lima area here. Haven't seen them since the last cruise. All right, just wanted to say happy birthday and, well, an early happy birthday to Lisa as well. Much love to you and your family always. Keep on trucking. We're with you. All right, Marty and Roz, a.k.a. Kingpin and Realtor Roz. Good to hear from you. Thanks for being with us when you do have the opportunity.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Into a hump day. Midweek comes our way. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, Pappy, I'm looking at what was your afternoon. Is that all? Did you put all that lighting up this past day or what?
Yes, sir. Them Eve lights. I bought them things a couple months ago, and I thought, man, this might be a good day to put them things up. A couple people on the street have them. They're kind of cool. You can program them.
Okay.
Download the app. Man, you can program them. They can do all this kind of crazy stuff. All different colors and... so they're pretty cool. So
my mom,
happy birthday there.
My mom has a neighbor that has those, and every time we go over, Lisa always says she'd love to have the, like on game day, you can make the orange the color for a Bengals game. And Christmas time, you can make them green and red, and holiday, whatever color you want. They're cool.
Yeah. It comes with a remote where it's got several different colors. Your main colors, your purples and greens and reds, and there's another couple motion things, but you can actually download the app, and it's just amazing what you can do with these lights, so. Steve, I swear it was 10 till midnight, 5 till midnight. It was got done watching the games, right? LA won. The daughter was pretty excited. I went in there, sat down on the bed, brought up Facebook, waiting for the notification. Steve, I must have been out within 5 minutes.
Boom.
I don't know what happened, man. I was, boom. Woke up at 1:30. But, no, happy birthday, man. I was thinking on trying to download that Happy Birthday when Marilyn Monroe sung it to President Kennedy.
Yep.
A famous birthday tune, but I couldn't figure out if I did how I was going to play it. But, yeah, Princess got one coming up. Pappy's got one coming up at the end of the month.
I guess I'm getting too old for you to bring me a beer for each year. Remember when you did that years ago?
Yeah.
I think, I don't know. I was
double nickel, man.
I was 50-something. He brought me like 55 cans of beer, and the next year he brought me, maybe it was 56, but that was getting too expensive nowadays, old man.
Yeah, no, well, yeah. I guess if I would have thought of it, I probably would have drove them on out there.
That's funny.
Tried to throw them on in the saddlebags on the bike and ride them out there. But hey, man, listen, big kudos to Grump. Seriously, man. We talk about you need to check out things for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Just watching stuff on the news, but you talk about Grump doing some background and investigating himself when he's talking about Russia. He's absolutely 100% correct. Steve, not too many people know about them taking the money out of their retirement fund system like over there. I was impressed. I was like, man, he's been doing some studying now.
That was, when he mentioned that was the first I had heard of that. So hold the thought there. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We're barreling toward one of the longest shutdowns in American history.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is warning the current government shutdown could be one of the longest in history.
He spoke at a news conference on Monday.
We will not allow the American people to be taken hostage over partisan demands.
The Republicans said if Democrats keep up their obstruction, then that's where we're going to be headed. The shutdown began October 1st and looks like it's heading into its 3rd week. The Senate's expected to vote again today on a measure to fund the government, but it's one that's already failed 7 times. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
It's another Biden backfire on the world stage. As President Trump celebrates a breakthrough Israel-Hamas peace deal, Biden tried to take a little bit of that credit, claiming his team worked relentlessly for peace. Critics say Biden's weak foreign policy and failed Gaza projects only empowered the radicals, while Trump's strength and resolve brought the hostages home and peace to the region. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Picking up where we left off there. Part of our conversation last evening, Grump was kind of explaining how the Russian economy is essentially in shambles, and he mentioned the fact that they had drained what is it, like the pension funds or the pension system, or to try to keep them afloat.
Yes, sir. And Steve, when I was talking about Russia's rare earth minerals, I mean, he's right too about that, is they're not able to mine the stuff right now. But the point that I was trying to make the other night is that they have all these rare earth minerals. Mm-hmm. There's some confliction on who has more, China or Russia. There's a little bit of confliction there. China produces more rare earth minerals than anybody else in the world. But there's a lot of experts that feel that Russia has more of it in the ground than anybody else. And the thing is, Steve, they never had to mine it, really, because the oil they have was just in abundance. So they didn't have to get in there and mined all that up. Now, I thought, I could be mistaken, but I thought Germany was getting oil from Russia also right now. I thought there was some of the European countries that were still getting oil from Russia. I thought I heard a comment from somebody from the White House talking about, NATO wanting to escalate or stop the war But then again, they're supporting the war with Russia by buying their daggone oil. But no, man, we're in total agreement there. Russia does not want no nuclear war, Steve. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. He's totally, I agree with him 100%. If he dropped a tactical nuke on a NATO country, it would probably be lights out for him, and it might end up being lights out for us too, you know, the whole mutual assured destruction thing. But I brought this up, I think a couple of years ago. I was watching a documentary on how they built, it was Cheyenne Mountain, you know, where they got all intel and where they would actually call the nuclear strikes out. Mm-hmm. How they built this place. And it was just amazing, man, how long and how they built this thing. It's on a bunch of springs, like hydraulic springs. So it was kind of bounced during the nuclear blast, I guess. It was really interesting. But anyway, with that said, also in that documentary, they went in and told of all these scenarios that came about where we almost went to nuclear war by mistake. You know, glitches in software, computer problems, things happen, and you know, you got to be able to pick up that phone and like, hey, what are you doing, man? What's going on here? So they had several scenarios on how close we actually came to pressing the button, which fortunately didn't. So that's the only thing that worries me, that something could get out of hand and things could go off maybe accidentally, so to say.
Yep.
My only difference with China, too, is, Steve, their naval force is bigger than ours. And we've been paying for it over the last several decades. Now, bigger don't necessarily mean better, right? But their naval force is bigger than ours. I think I mentioned this a couple months back. Steve, that first Gulf War, right? I mean, that was probably the biggest build-up since the Vietnam War, I guess. And the world was watching. And everybody was waiting to see the Republican Guard, the meanest, baddest fighting machine on earth, is going to go head-to-head with the United States, right? Steve, we literally stomped their ass in the ground, shook them up, threw them back down, and stomped them some more in a matter of days. That was a wake-up call to the world. Man, don't mess with the United States. There was no country in the world at that time in a conventional war and that could even come close to us, and they all knew it. We owned this planet back after that war, that first Gulf War. Mm-hmm. But my issue with China is this economic war we're in with them, and make no mistake about it. If they can take Taiwan to really put the hurt down on us with these chips, I think they might try to do it. Now, the question is, can they do it without us getting engaged in a little naval battle over there? If they can take it without having to take one of their supersonic missiles and launch it into one of our aircraft carriers, I think they might try it. I don't know. I guess time will tell. Because they, like I said, they don't think like we do. Their mindsets are a lot different. But man, I just wanted to say, I think we agree on a whole heck of a lot. Man, did you see Biden trying to take credit? I heard that yesterday. He's out here trying to take some of this credit.
Yep.
For his peace deal. And yeah, I heard you talking earlier. I guess it was Glenn Beck that just first reported on this afternoon, that I guess Hamas was running the streets in there trying to disarm some of these other powers to be, I guess, so to speak, in Gaza Strip there, and literally doing public executions. I think, like you said, it's them just trying to keep their power, so to speak. We'll see what happens here, Steve. I don't know. Could have been the higher-ups in Hamas agreed to all this, but the lower, some of the troops are saying, hell no. I don't know. We'll see, man. Latifah James, she's out here running her mouth. Steve, these people kill me, man. They really do. Talking about, she, of all people, was out here talking about the Trump administration is weaponizing the government.
Right.
Yeah, I can't believe these people, man. Unbelievable. What else? I guess there was another shooting at Fountain Square Sunday night. Did you hear that? Locally?
I saw a headline like, I don't know, 5 people shot in 24 hours or something.
Yeah, they had one in, where was it? Forget. Yeah, there was another homicide in another part of town. I can't remember what part of town it was. But last weekend they had a shooting down in Fountain Square, and then Sunday night they had another one. And the chief, she's not doing too much of a good job, let's say. I think the department gave her a vote of no confidence, if I'm not mistaken. So anyway, we got a new mayor race coming up here too. We'll see what happens with his comments back when they had that melee out in the street. Yeah, they had a fatal down on 50, just inside Cincinnati. Just outside of Cleves there, right when you get into the city, then kind of like by Sailor Park. So I'm sure it was so close to the line, we were probably giving them some help shutting down that.
Right.
50 down there.
Okay.
But Antifa doesn't exist, Steve. Did you know that? It's a figment of our imagination.
Right. It's yeah.
These people, Steve, I got to refrain because you're going to end up hitting the dump button on me, man. It's just amazing. The way they lie. I mean, we talk about it, man, but the gaslighting, and just they'll lie. And unfortunately, some people that really don't pay attention to this, but they probably believe it. There's not like Eagle said the other night, all these people watching CNN, they believe in it. Well, fortunately, there ain't a whole lot of people watching CNN right now because America woke up and realized we've been lied to a lot. And nobody trusts the government right now. Nobody. All right, bud. That's all I got. A couple more days off. Go back to work Friday. Apparently Saturday, there's another No Kings Day.
That's what they're
coming
saying.
Up, right?
Yep.
And then remember I told you about all the flyers being put out at these universities. What were the flyers saying? A day of rage for trans, or a trans day of rage, November 5th. So keep an eye on these days. We'll see what happens Saturday. I'll go back to work Friday, work the weekend, so we'll see. But just, man, like the other caller said, just be prepared, man. Just watch your surroundings. Situational awareness, man. Gets you out, saves your butt more than anything else.
Yes, sir.
So appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Everybody be safe. Watch your six. Appreciate it.
There you go. And it is 844-844-3388. Senor Heatwave posted on the fan page this past day, of course, another balloon festival, or fiesta as they call it, in the books. In addition to some weather hiccups, they say there were some notable changes for this 53rd edition of the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. Los Ranchos held the first ever fiesta event outside the Balloon Fiesta Park with the Globito Glow along 4th Street. The gas balloon races were skipped this year due to a scheduling conflict in France. 11 special shapes made their debut this year, even as the future of the fan favorite Darth Vader balloon is uncertain. There's a fundraising effort underway to rebuild Darth Vader's fabric. Until that happens, this 2025 edition may be the Sith Lord's last. Of course, there were some weather issues. Several sessions of the fiesta got changed or canceled due to wind or rain. We all knew through the weather changes and the briefings we all received by way of text, there was a chance for some challenging sporty weather. According to a spokesperson for the festival, local hospitality groups told us early on they weren't seeing as many international visitors as usual this year. They were hoping to see more in the latter days of the fiesta. Hotel owners did say they were seeing an increase in visitors from people in neighboring states like Texas, Colorado, Arizona. So waiting for the full report on visitors from Balloon Fiesta officials, I guess the final numbers, attendees, and things like that. We return into...
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Back to the anonymous hippopotamus on a hump day. All right, pick her up there. There we are.
All right, there, Your Honor. Thanks for taking me back there, and happy birthday again. Anyway, so they had the Indiana Roadrunner there. He was commenting on, what DOT is out here and how he doesn't see it. But back in the day when we used to deal with DOT more and the ICC before the DOT, it was more about safety, Your Honor, and making sure the equipment was taken care of and stuff. I admit, we didn't always have the best equipment to run all the time, but when you got stopped for having a light out, they didn't hand you the ticket and then tell you to get the light fixed. They said, hey, when you get done with your shift there, you get back, make sure, you don't forget to change that light bulb before you start the next time. You didn't, it wasn't about revenue over top of safety. They claim safety, but the revenue always comes out before the safety does. So, anytime there's an issue, it's like, well, let's find the problem and write you a ticket, and then, we'll give you points on your, the safe stat scores and, whatever else we can find to have a ticket for. And so, it's all about that before it's about, hey, when you get done, make sure you get it fixed so that it's good to go for the next time, or we'll put you out of service. I don't know. It's just, it's just not what it used to be is what I guess I'm saying. And anyway, so hey, we got talking about this dyes in the food and everything, and caught something last night. I did see one thing on the news last night there. You kind of struck a memory, and they were talking about these protein drinks and protein shakes and stuff. Did you realize they're containing lead? There's lead in these things.
Really?
So they're actually saying it's not regulated. There's no regulation for these makers of these protein shakes and powders and all this, because it's not governed by the FDA and whoever else would regulate, what's in them and what's not in them. And they said the lead content is actually higher than what most recommended daily, intake would be. So, I guess it's probably about as bad as eating paint chips. I don't know. Just didn't look very healthy. So I guess I don't know if they have to disclose on the label that there's lead in their product or how it all works. Because as I say, they, the way the news was making it sound is that it wasn't regulated at all. So, anyways, and hey, to get to your deal here with load theft and cargo theft, and I've been going by this Wayfair trailer for about a week that somebody has left on the side of US 13, pretty much at the Delaware-Pennsylvania state line. I don't know why it's been sitting there, but it's been, unhooked, sitting on the shoulder, and just a drop trailer, and it's labeled right down the side, big purple trailer. It says Wayfair on it, so I have no idea if it's loaded or empty, or got the furniture in it or whatever Wayfair's selling this week. But anyways, I guess if somebody needs a Wayfair trailer, as I say, it's just sitting right there on US 13, right there in Delaware, getting ready to go into the Pennsylvania. So, but other than that, I thought maybe you can check out that what does they call that powder there? The
yes, yeah. Well, I'm doing so as you speak, and I have it before me. Bada bing.
All right. Well, there you go, Your Honor. All right. We'll talk to you later then.
All right. Morning. Thank you much. Yeah, I guess Consumer Reports, breaking that just this past day, which says much has changed since Consumer Reports first tested protein powders and shakes. Over the past 15 years, Americans' obsession with protein has transformed what had been a niche product into the centerpiece of a multi-billion-dollar wellness craze. driving booming supplement sales, spawning a new crop of protein-fortified foods that now saturate the supermarket shelves and social media feeds. But for all the industry's growth and rebranding, one thing hasn't changed. Protein powders still carry troubling levels of toxic heavy metals. According to a new Consumer Reports investigation, our latest test of 23 protein powders and ready-to-drink shakes from popular brands found that heavy metal contamination has become even more common among protein products, raising concerns that the risks are growing right alongside the industry itself. For more than 2/3 of the products we analyzed, a single serving contained more lead than our food safety experts say is safe to consume in a day, some of them by more than 10 times. It's concerning these results are even worse than the last time we tested. According to the food safety researcher who led the testing, this time, in addition to the average level of lead being higher than what we found 15 years ago, there were also fewer products with undetectable amounts in it. All right, maybe more coming up here. First, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The next phase of President Trump's 20-point Middle East plan is expected to begin now that all living Israeli hostages have been returned. Ophir Akunis, acting consul general of Israel in Miami, says the next phase hinges on Hamas laying down their weapons.
And it will take time, unfortunately. If they will dare to do something against this one, I think that it won't be only an American response.
He says the Arab nations have signed on to back Israel. Gaza is set to become a demilitarized zone once the remains of all the dead Israeli hostages are returned and all Palestinian prisoners have been released. Despite the historic peace deal that ends more than a 2-year war between Israel and Hamas, California Governor Gavin Newsom appears to have seized the opportunity to troll President Trump. USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The next phase of President Trump's 20-point Middle East plan is expected to begin now that all living Israeli hostages have been returned. Ophir Akunis, acting consul general of Israel in Miami, says the next phase hinges on Hamas laying down their weapons.
And it will take time, unfortunately. If they will dare to do something against this one, I think that it won't be only an American response.
He says the Arab nations have signed on to back Israel. Gaza is set to become a demilitarized zone once the remains of all the dead Israeli hostages are returned and all Palestinian prisoners have been released. Walmart's launching a new partnership with OpenAI to integrate ChatGPT into its shopping platform.
In a post on X, Newsom's press office published a photo of the characters from the movie Dumb and Dumber, juxtaposed with the White House press office's photo of Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu shaking hands. It's unclear if Newsom approved the post. I'm Phil Hewlett.
From America's News Network, USA, Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Witnesses say a boy stabbed a girl at Coronado Middle School in San Diego.
Coronado police were called to the middle school on F Avenue at 10:20 a.m., and the school district said one student was sent to the hospital. NBC7 says multiple students reported a boy had stabbed a girl in the library. Officers searched the campus and cleared any other threats. Parents were allowed to pick up their children early. I'm Jack Cronin.
Staff cuts are coming to a NASA center that does some of its most cutting-edge research.
Roughly 10% of the workforce at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California is being laid off. The cuts are described as a realignment of the workforce and not related to the government shutdown. The reductions will impact about 550 workers in tech, business, and support sectors. JPL manages Earth climate science and builds and operates robotic missions to Mars and other planets. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Midnight is the deadline for ICE to honor a court order to remove a fence outside of a federal immigration facility.
Illinois House Speaker Emanuel Chris Welch is demanding that the action take place immediately because the fence blocks emergency responders.
Mr. Trump, tear down this fence now. Tear it down. Tear down this symbol of division.
Meanwhile, there are new concrete barriers in place near the facility, making the designated protest space smaller. The action is part of Mayor Katrina Thompson's new executive order.
That's in suburban Chicago. Perry Williams with that report, and I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we left off there talking the, I guess, hot off the press info. Horse Feathers got a glimpse of it yesterday with these protein drinks, which is a multi-billion-dollar biz. Yeah, I've never done them, but I know my son, my daughter, and numerous people I know taking the protein powders. In some cases, to help lose weight and things. Let me pick up where they say there's a product known as Naked Nutrition's Vegan Mass Gainer Powder. I guess that's for people, lifting weights, trying to build body mass and whatnot. That was the product with the highest lead levels. They said it had nearly twice as much lead per serving as the worst product they analyzed 15 years ago. Nearly all the plant-based products that Consumer Reports tested had elevated lead levels. Some particularly concerning, there were 2 that had so much lead that our experts caution against using them at all. A single serving of these protein powders contained between 12 and 1,600% of the level of concern for lead, which is about 0.5 micrograms per day. There were 2 others that had between 400 and 600% of that level per daily serving. They recommended limiting those products to maybe once per week. The lead levels in plant-based products were on average 9 times the amount found in those made with dairy proteins like whey, and twice as great as beef-based ones. Dairy-based protein powders and shakes generally had the lowest amounts of lead, but half the products we tested still had high enough levels of contamination that experts advise against daily use. Now, they say there's no reason to panic if you've been using any of these products we tested, or if you take protein supplements. Generally, many of these powders are fine to have occasionally. Even those with the highest lead levels are below the concentration they say you need to cause immediate harm. But that being said, because most people don't actually need these protein supplements, nutrition experts say the average American already gets plenty. It makes sense to ask whether these products are worth the added exposure. Consumers often assume supplements deliver health benefits without risks. That is not true. Consumer Reports experts agree. For many people, there's more to lose than you're gaining, suggesting that regular users of protein supplements consider reducing consumption. Unlike prescription and over-the-counter drugs, the Food and Drug Administration does not review, approve, or test supplements like protein powders before they're sold. Federal regulations also do not generally require supplement makers to prove their products are safe. There's no federal limits for the amount of heavy metals they can actually contain. While no amount of lead is technically safe, the greatest danger comes from repeated or continuous exposure, particularly at high doses. Now, they said children, pregnant people, most vulnerable because lead can damage the developing brain and nervous system, which has the potential to cause neurological issues, learning delays, behavioral problems. Chronic lead exposure has been linked to immune suppression, reproductive problems, kidney damage, high blood pressure in adults. Lead lingers in the body, so even small amounts can add up over time and contribute to health risks. And unlike some other foods that we've tested for heavy metals like chocolate and bubble tea, protein powder isn't usually treated as an occasional indulgence. For many people, it's the start of their daily routine. Some of these are marketed as complete meal replacements. Superfans bragging in online forums that surviving on nothing but these powders for weeks or even months at a time. Compounding the problem is the exploding popularity of protein-fortified foods, snacks, and beverages designed to supplant conventional foods in American diets, but frequently made with the same problematic ingredients as the supplements. How ironic is that with earlier in the program where we shared PepsiCo is going to be changing their formulations of Cheetos and Doritos and other snacks, looking to add protein to the snacks because supposedly we have a lack of protein in our diets. All right, who's right, who's wrong? Now, they said the Food and Drug Administration can take action if it finds unsafe lead levels, but the lack of enforceable standards means it doesn't happen nearly enough. Now, the Food and Drug Administration's lack of funding and staff makes the problem worse. Establishing enforceable limits in foods and supplements would actually go a long way in protecting consumers. All right, then they go into what their tests actually found. I won't bore you with all that, but that's downright surprising to me how the Food and Drug Administration doesn't even monitor this stuff. Hey, good morning, Vic. What's happening?
Oh, more than I can really account for right now. But you were talking about lead in different foodstuffs. They also have lead in cinnamon now, and like that used to be part of my type 2 diabetes thing because cinnamon is supposed to help you lower your glucose level. And there is some also chrome, which is also a heavy metal. There's one type of chrome that will help reduce that. So that whole food structure is, let's just say it's highly compromised. And my wife and I were talking tonight about what are we going to eat anymore. We were talking about all the different food recalls and warnings and everything. And that was just actually FDA is a pretty small agency. But on to what I really called about was this No Kings protest. And one other thing, I'll answer Knucklebuster's question there. Ethyl was from tetraethyl lead. That was invented by Sakani Mobile. And they wanted an agreement with GM to develop fuel to run in their vehicles because Henry Ford was working on alcohol or ethanol for his vehicles. And at the time, gasoline was a very poor performer in gasoline engines. So our internal combustion engines, I guess, would be a better expression. And Ford was making a lot of progress with ethanol. And so that's how that whole tetraethyl lead came into the picture with gasoline, because when they added that to gasoline, its combustion was much better. And oddly enough, we're back to discussion lead. So, you know, if anybody's really curious about that, it was the little war that went on between Henry Ford and GM. And Henry Ford, I think it was the 1916 Fordson tractor that would run on 3 different fuels. And alcohol was one of them, or ethanol. And Ford actually has a patent on a carburetor that will burn the water off the alcohol before it goes on to the engine, because alcohol, you know, attracts water. So anyway, that was just a little bit of a note there, but that's how they used to come. They had regular and ethyl, and that's where ethyl gas came about. But this No King's Day process that they're talking about, I'm trying to figure out, did these people ever study history? They obviously haven't. Or is this just another excuse to create some sort of confusion to try to basically destroy America? I mean, Trump is, if you remember, the guy that wrote the book, rules for radicals. He said personalize a protest, so people can't quite wrap their heads around the fact that they want to protest America, and that wouldn't go over very good if they did. So they're camouflaging that as a protest against Trump trying to be a king. Well, I don't think the kings have to put up with some flaky judge out there somewhere deciding that you can't do this and you can't do that. You just mentioned something about a barrier around one of the federal government facilities that Trump is supposed to take that down. Well, my Lord, if they had to do that on every government facility, there would be a lot of people taking fences down. I've had to go into, like most truck drivers, we've had to go into defense installations and military installations and everything else. Had to present all kinds of ID and to get in there, and they had all types of security procedures there. And a lot of them have like the regular razor wire at the top of the fences and everything else. So I don't know where this judge is coming from, saying that Trump has to take these fences down and actually expose government personnel to greater threats. So I'm just really kind of curious. It all comes back to the same thing. Let's follow the money. Who is funding all of these things? And the other thing is that with all this government shutdown and trying to get this peace agreement off the ground there in Gaza, anything that weakens the United States is going to weaken that peace agreement. And America is very good at winning wars. We're terrible at winning the peace. And that goes back a long, long ways. I believe that the Korean War was never actually settled. That's still under some type of an armistice agreement. And there were POWs that never got home from the Korean War, let alone the Vietnam War, because if you notice, if you ever follow that POW-MIA thing, you'll notice how Henry Kissinger carefully chose his words when he said, well, the North Vietnamese are returning all the POWs. Well, they never mentioned anything about the POWs that the Viet Cong still had, or those that went to China, or those that went to Bulgaria, or those that went to Cuba. And Cuba, the one that was sent to Cuba was, he was a fairly high-ranking Air Force officer who got shot down, and he was a black guy, so they figured that, well, we'll send him to Cuba, and we can basically brainwash him into turning against the United States. Well, we did manage to get him back, but they never did turn him against the United States. So that's going to be going on, and I just look at this No Kings protest as an extension of somebody trying to weaken America, and Hamas isn't going away regardless of what they say. I think the assassinations that are going over there now, it's basically trying to tell people, we're not going away, but don't interfere with our plans. So there's still going to be money coming into the Hamas terrorist organization, regardless of how it's reborn. And the other part of that agreement was that we gave, Israel gave Hamas terrorists, hardened terrorists that they had in captivity. We gave them back to, I guess, a Palestinian authority or something. So they're going to be around. Iran's still going to be funding them. And like I said, the whole No Kings Day, I think these people know that they're talking futility there, but they will convince some people. And I'm still trying to figure out what king-like action that Trump has taken, because everything that he is doing is right. And if he was a king, he wouldn't be worrying about any judges or anything else. He would just be lopping off heads. So I don't know where they're coming from. I mean, I know what their goal is, but I can't believe that the people in this country are so ill-educated that they don't that they fall for these different schemes. Somebody's got to be making money out of it, and all these protests that are paid for. If they can at least go after a lot of other people on the Insurrection Act, it does look to me like that these people that are being paid to protest would meet the criteria of, at very least, an incitement to riot provision. And that goes back to the old, I think it's Code 18 and the Foreign Espionage Act, if not the Insurrection Act. But to me, it looks like it'd be more like the Insurrection Act. And once the Insurrection Act was invoked, anyone involved would be out of politics, and then they would pay a price. And as far as Mike trying to take credit for what Trump did there with the Gaza agreement, every plan has to have another after action plan. So what was Biden's after action plan once he would have obtained the peace? Because the only thing I remember is he kept saying, Israel, you have to surrender, you have to quit doing this, and you have to quit doing that. You're starving people in the Gaza Strip. He totally ignored the fact that Hamas was stealing most of the aid that Israel was trying to get in there.
Yep.
And he was also ignored UN's role in the whole thing. So I would like to see Biden's plan that he said he instituted. I know he lost a big raft over there because he tried to put in what they call a temporary harbor, and he put it right in a place where it lasted 3 or 4 days, and it was torn apart by the sea.
That was kind of like an inflatable port or something of that nature, somewhere where they could offload from ships to get aid into Gaza. Yeah, I remember that. It sunk. Now, as the days continue to get shorter as far as the hours of daylight, you notice, I know for our area here, Southwest Ohio, seems like it wasn't that long ago when I was sharing that particular day would be the final day with the sunset after 8 p.m. Yesterday was the final day of a sunset after 7 p.m. until March the 8th of next year. Oh, and keep in mind, sunsets will actually be closer to 5:30 p.m. in a mere 3 weeks' time. So we're shaving off numerous minutes per day when it comes to the hours of daylight. In other words, winter time's a-comin', as they say. All right, 24 past the hour. Well, what's happening, Grump?
Well, happy birthday there, big boy. How you doing?
Doing all right, thank you. Now, is it another year older or another year wiser, or both?
I'm going with wiser, brother. This older stuff, it just ain't working for me. Although I don't know, I just had another physical, had to have blood work and everything done, and the doctor said, hell, you're, outside that, tumor on your kidney, you're fine, and said, yeah, keep up with your diet. And I said, what damn diet? I said, yeah, I eat anything that a billy goat would eat. My cholesterol was perfect. I mean, you couldn't find better cholesterol, and blood pressure was, 118 over 69, I think it was 67, something like that. And he's like, all right, well then, don't do anything. just whatever you're doing, keep doing it. And he said, hell, you might live another year or two. But yeah, it's this getting older stuff ain't for sissies though. I was listening to Pappy there. He's talking about Taiwan and stuff. The one thing I never bought into was the whole chip deal with Taiwan. If China wanted that chip deal, all they'd have to do is undercut them and still make it. I mean, they got the rare earth minerals there to make all those chips with. And but they've had so many contracts in Taiwan. Some of the businesses there that had moved there because of, I guess, the the fantastic deals and things that they had. I just don't see, that being a reason why they wanted it, other than the fact that I think they would be more into the Taiwan Straits, being able to control that more than they would anything. Now, if you step back a few years ago, when at one point in time, it was pretty scary whether or not China was actually going to, invade Taiwan. I mean, and we have sworn that we would defend them, and a couple of our treaties, I think it's that we've had signed. But Trump just suspended back in August. He suspended a $400 million infusion of military weapon systems to Taiwan. We've been supplying them with weapons for years and years and years. A lot of it was a lot of the early warning drones and things like that they can, put up. And, they do have some defense mechanisms built into them. Jammers, some has the ability and to, actually, like our Global Hawks and Predators and things like that, to actually fire missiles. He suspended that for a reason, I think, to kind of give China a little breathing room to back off. Now, whether it's worked or not, I don't know. They've been agitators of Taiwan forever. They like probing their military. Taiwan has a military, and they will defend themselves. I mean, they know they would go into it with full understanding that they'd get their butts kicked, but they will defend their shores. And when they interview a lot of the Taiwanese people and ask them, do you think China's ever going to invade your country? They say no. For what reason? And I kind of, the more I read about it, the more I kind of think, there's nothing there for them. If it's the chip factories and all that, Taiwan would destroy them right off the bat. I mean, they would be gone. That's a fact. They would just destroy them right off the bat. They would get nothing out of that. And in fact, China, like I said, they have all the rare earth minerals that they need. They could produce those chipsets and different things at a far greater, or less rate, and get more profitability off of them than what Taiwan is doing.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, we got to pause there. So, hey, lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We're barreling toward one of the longest shutdowns in American history.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is warning the current government shutdown could be one of the longest in history.
He spoke at a news conference on Monday.
We will not allow the American people to be taken hostage over partisan demands.
The Republican said if Democrats keep up their obstruction, then that's where we're going to be headed. The shutdown began October 1st and looks like it's heading into its third week. The Senate's expected to vote again today on a measure to fund the government, but it's one that's already failed 7 times. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
It's another Biden backfire on the world stage. As President Trump celebrates a breakthrough Israel-Hamas peace deal, Biden tried to take a little bit of that credit, claiming his team worked relentlessly for peace. Critics say Biden's weak foreign policy and failed Gaza projects only empowered the radicals, while Trump's strength and resolve brought the hostages home and peace to the region. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At it here, where we leave off. Let me see. We were talking about the protein shakes. Pappy, I got the photo of his. Send me an email snapshot. He does the Ensure Original Nutrition Shake. 9 grams of protein. And I went back to the full list of they actually listed out all the products they had tested. There was one Ensure product on the list, but it was the Ensure plant-based protein nutrition shake. And that one was toward the lower end on the scale. See, their recommendation was 5 1/3 servings per week limit. So actually, they were toward the bottom of the list, but did have minimal levels of lead. All right. Meanwhile, let's get back, finish up with the Grump there. We're kind of talking Taiwan, China, the future there. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody talks too about the amount of debt that China owns of the United States. They think that that's it's not like when we're going to do something that China just writes us a check and says, here, we're going to loan you more money and this is the amount of interest that you're going to pay on it and blah, 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 like some damn loan shark. They buy our bonds. They invest in the United States economy because it is a good economy. Even though it may drop, we may have go into a recession or whatever, the bonds still get paid. They still pay the interest on those bonds. And the one thing that so many countries, and I think China is one of them, because they own right now about $860 billion worth of our debt, as they call it, but it's not debt; it's actual bonds that we sell on the open market, and countries buy them. They want to invest in the United States. We pay interest on those, and that's kind of what has fueled their Navy and other things is the money that we pay out in those bonds, the interest on them. And when you listen to some of these talking heads out here talk, like Rand Paul's one of them, he makes me sick with that crap. Every time we want to do something here in the United States, Rand Paul gets on TV. Well, we're going to have to call China up and borrow more money from them. We're not borrowing a damn thing from China. They're buying bonds from us, which is how we fund so much stuff in the United States. Look at Japan right now. They got about $1.2 trillion worth of our debt, as they call it, which is our bonds and stuff that we pay interest on. All right, what would happen if Russia or if China was to go to war with, want to call us out? And first thing, we're not going to service that debt, those bonds. We're not going to pay that interest on those. That's going to hurt them tremendously. They know that, and like I say, they're making money off that. So that would put a kink in their armor right off the bat. Now, they do have their little rainy day funds and everything else, but they also got billions of damn people over there that they got to feed, where our people, if we were making chips and things like that, the computer chips and whatnot, our people, workers, are going to be looking at about $30 an hour to $40 an hour, something like that, on a good, union scale or whatever, if that's what it is. These people make that a month, about $30, $40 a month, the workers over there. That's why they're hungry all the damn time. And, all you got to do is, when you're looking at the threat assessments to the United States, first look who's hungry. Look who needs money. Russia was going broke. They're still going broke, but their GDP went up because of their war-making capabilities. They started producing more war stuff. They started putting people to work, building bombs and building this and building that. Where's that got them? Nowhere. It puts a Band-Aid on that short-term fix and everything, and then in the long term, it's going to put them under, basically, and that's what's happening right now. And China knows that too. So I look for China. There's somebody that'll rattle their swords. They'll tell us that they're going to not buy our soybeans. Well, don't buy the damn soybeans. Somebody else will. We may not get the prices we want out of them, but the farmers will survive off of it. Or they'll put them in dryers and bins and stuff like that, and they'll let them hang out for a little while. And when the prices come back up, then they'll sell them. They'll make their money on them. It might take a little getting a little more to do, but they'll make their damn money on it. And meanwhile, who's going to go hungry? It's not going to be us. It's going to be China, because they feed their people, soybean meal, everything else. I mean, they're making food out of all them products, and a lot of it they make it, and they'll sell back to the United States, in the form of food products also. But that's the last damn thing they want to do is to have 300 of their largest ships that are loaded with containers turned around and sent back to their ports because we don't want to buy their crap. They may push you, but they're not going to go over the limit. And when what Vic was talking about there, that was Saul Alinsky that come up with them little phrases there that he was talking about. And one of Saul Alinsky's phrase, and I hate to jump around like it, but one of his quotes in his book was if you have nothing to run on, you paint your opponent as someone to run from. And if you notice, the Democrats, that's all the hell they do. they never present a good battle plan, you know, that's going to tackle everything in this country. All they do is talk up what the other guy is not going to get done and what they're doing wrong. The Democrats will never step up and say, you know, what they're going to do. But yeah, I just want to touch on that. But you know, Steve, you talked about trucking there a little bit ago, you know, and the bills and things that's going to get that they're looking at on you know, kind of codifying the English language and everything as you know, making that a must. And it's always been there, you know. It's been it's probably, let's see here, it's been a good while. It was in 2009. I was invited to a dinner that there in town there. My local representative, state senator there, he lived there on the edge of town. His name was Jim Matheson, and a good guy. And he asked me, he said, "You want to come to a dinner?" He said, "We're talking a little shop and stuff like that." And I said, "Yeah, hell, why not?" So I went there. I didn't know Ike Skelton was going to be there. You remember Ike Skelton? Mm-hmm. And Ike was a Democrat, and he was a true friend to the trucking industry. I mean, he was one of the blue dog Democrats that really believed in fair labor, cheap, you know, lower taxes and things like that, and just everything that would, you know, you had. I mean, he was very appreciative of the trucking industry, and you can ask Todd Spencer about that. He and I had a conversation about that one time. But yeah, Ike was a good guy, and he asked me once. He said, we were sitting there having dinner, and he said, "So you're into trucking, you know?" He said, "You drive a company truck?" I said, "No, I'm an owner operator," and we got to talking about spot, you know, rate markets and things like that. And he said, "So what's the deal with this driver shortage? Is there really a driver shortage? You know, do you see that?" And I said, "Hell no, I don't see it." I said, you know, and he brought up NAFTA to the fact, you know. I said, "Well, let's take a good look at NAFTA. You know, we lost 4.5 million jobs because of NAFTA. Do you honestly think that, you know, there would be a driver shortage if we had all them jobs back? I mean, look at all the factory jobs that left this country back in them days." I said, I don't see it. You know, I just don't see it at all. I said, you know, if anything, it's an excuse because the companies overregulate their drivers, and they just can't keep butts in the seat for that very reason. And I said, you know, it's the same way with fines and things like that. You know, in California, I said, you look at some of the fines they have out there, $2,600, and drivers don't want that. I mean, they can't pay it. You know, number one, I said, you know, they're operating off 1970 wages, which is probably what they probably made more money in 1973 than they made, you know, in 2010. You know. And we had a good conversation about it and everything, and I brought up then about, you know, the one thing that we see more after NAFTA was more of the foreign drivers, you know, that was coming down here that couldn't speak English, you know, coming out of Quebec, Montreal, and places like that. They didn't really regulate that the way that they said they were going to. And I said, it's getting harder to communicate with people. And I said, I know a lot of visa drivers are coming over now. They're bringing them up, and especially out of Mexico, they were coming out of the trade zone areas. And I said, we see a lot of that when you get down in Texas and stuff. And he's kind of looking at me like I'm, you know, got 8 heads at that point in time. And he said, really? He said, is communication a bad problem out here at that point in time? I said, yeah, you know. I said, I think it is. I said, when you can't speak, you know, common sense to a driver, you can't even talk to a driver, you know, and you can't stand there and converse at a truck stop and things. It's a problem. And he said, all right, well, they'll look into it. Well, it was a few years later, Roy Blunt, you know, remember when he was a senator there, I got a call from somebody that worked at OI at that point in time, said, yeah, did you write a letter about, you know, to Roy Blunt? I said, yeah. And he said, well, he read it on the House floor, is why I asked. And I said, really? So I called their office and stuff, and they was talking about, yeah, he said, yeah, he read the letter on the House floor, and it was, at that point in time, it was about the invasion of foreign drivers that were coming into the United States. And it's, you know, that was, you know, several years after that. And, you know, it's funny, Steve, you look at it now, And they're finally, looking around at this as being a problem. But it's been a damn problem since 2008. It started being a problem since 2008. And now you look at it now and until they start counting up the death toll and everything else. And I think that's one of the reasons why so many years ago that somebody got to the NTSB, and not just the NTSB, but they got to Department of Transportation and said, hey, look, under these accidents that's happening in the trucking industry, let's take the demographics out of it. Let's just call it a truck wreck, what it is, how many people's involved in it, this and that, instead of saying, basically posting or informing the public, the motoring public, on who actually had that accident, not by name, but what their demographics were, whether it was black, Hispanic, white, how long they'd been driving a truck, this and that. They quit asking those questions. And it just seems to me like they quit asking all those questions for that very reason, was that they didn't want to know. They didn't want to know that they were wrong, back in them days, back whenever this first started up. And yourself after 2010, when MAP 21 came in, and then after, 2017, we implemented it completely for the e-logs and everything. After that point in time, accident rates went up. I don't care who says what. They can talk all the trash they want about accident rates. It created a different environment out here. This need to rush, that got a lot of guys out of trucks. They said, hell with it, I'm done with this. And you remember talking about that. We talked about that, back in the day, back whenever it started up years ago on your show, talking about the mass exodus of trucking, truck drivers and things that was happening. A lot of guys were like, well, I don't see it. Well, it happened. Who do you think filled that void? That's why they started getting so many more. It was easier for these bigger companies to get these visa drivers over here to start driving a truck. And the verification is nothing what we had to go through for like pre-employment. All they had to do is have somebody just say, yeah, they drove a truck over here. Boom. Their butt was here, here, take this truck, and hell, go make yourself some money. Well, they did that for 179 days, and then, they'd have to get out of it for a little while, and then they started the year-long visas, and then the 24-month visas, and then the 36-month visas, and, now they got permanent resident visas that as long as you're working over here, you can be a permanent resident. You can't become a citizen, but yet, so they opened that up for them to buy trucks and different things over here. Well, that's been part of the problem all along. But it's taken up until this point, whenever Sean Duffy and a few others, started looking into this and actually, and you can commend OIDA on this. Now, they pounded that drum pretty damn hard about these visa drivers and the fact that so many people are not speaking English and is out here killing people.
Yep.
And, according to the Surface Transportation Committee, well, no, that's not happening. The hell it's not. You can only cover up so much of this. And if they would have, back in them days when they started this crap, if they would have never have taken those demographics off the trucking industry, saying that let's just call it a truck wreck instead of naming that person, whether he's on a visa or whether what his situation is, I don't think we'd be at this point today. I honest to God don't. I think it would be a completely different atmosphere today, that we would have a hell of a lot more American drivers driving trucks. But when you look back, even Bill Graves back in those days, Bill Graves was somebody else, and he was in charge of the ATA at that point in time. He was another one that would go to bat and say, look, we don't need this. But Chris Spears, on the other hand, I think he didn't care. They wanted memberships and they wanted, power and numbers, just like the Democrats, and this is where we're at today. So,
they're still touting a driver shortage, the ATA. Yeah, regardless of all the research that shows otherwise, they're still saying, we need these drivers, we need these, visa drivers. And by not, clarifying or tracking the demographics, is that a visa driver, of course, not enforcing the English proficiency even though it was on the books and even supposedly being enforced up to, what was it, like 2015, somewhere in there. They masked the issue. And now, I don't know how many times over the years my father said, government doesn't act, government reacts. And the reaction right now, it finally took, as you just said, Grump, they're having to pile up the bodies as the death toll continues to mount on the roadways. And they're saying, what is causing this? How many lives had to be lost before they came to their senses and said, these individuals who cannot read the road signs informing them of traffic stopped 1 mile ahead, piling into stopped traffic, killing people, making a U-turn from the right-hand lane on an interstate, killing people. It's the reaction. But at least at this point, this administration is getting something done. All right, John, let me see here. CNI Dog sent me an email this past day, and he sent me a link. And I clicked on the link, and the first thing that popped up is, click here to I am not a robot. I immediately closed it. If you see these I'm not a robot thing, you've got artificial intelligence that exists today. Those, in 90% of occasions, that's some sort of a scam trying to get you to click a link to get some malware or something into your computer. But the headline to the link was, we're supposed to be getting these so-called stimulus checks in the mail here at the end of the month. He said, Steve, can you check into this? All right, so without going to the actual link that he sent me, it is, apparently a lot of people are seeing this. Rumors are circulating online about an IRS direct deposit stimulus payment hitting our bank accounts here before the end of the year. It's kind of gone viral. Is it true? No. The answer is no. There are no federal so-called stimulus payments coming this way. The last was the COVID, right? The $1,400 recovery rebate credit from 2021 that had a final claim deadline of April 15 this year. I guess it started earlier this month. They say viral post claiming a $1,702 stimulus payment was on the way. Those posts apparently were referencing Alaska's permanent fund dividend, which is a yearly payment to eligible residents in that state, funded by the state mineral revenues. Now, the IRS has repeatedly warned taxpayers, watch for these phishing scams, tied to things like pandemic-era stimulus programs. Scammers may use an email or a text message or websites, social media nowadays to request money or personal information. Some of the common scam tactics include they will use misusing a term like stimulus check, rather than the official term is actually economic impact payment. Asking you maybe to sign over your check or share banking and personal details. Things like when you could legitimately go to some of these bank tax filing services, and they'll fill out your forms, and all right, you've got $3,500 coming back. We can advance you $2,000 of that right now. Those were legitimate things. A lot of people did that, but they paid hundreds of extra dollars to do that. Some of these scams say, well, before your check hits your bank, we'll forward you. We'll give you $1,000 of that. Give us your banking information. Boom. They'll promise faster payments or refunds if you'll allow them to act on your behalf. And oftentimes, they'll actually mail fake checks, directing you to call a number or visit a website to verify your information. It's all scam stuff. The IRS urges caution, reminding taxpayers, protect your personal information. Obviously, any suspected phishing or scam attempts can be reported online, but no, there are no stimulus checks as much. If you'll think back, what was a direct contributor to much of the rampant inflation we were going through in the Biden years were those economic stimulus or economic impact payments, as they called them. All of a sudden, everybody and their brother had an extra $1,000, $1,500 that they could go out and blow on whatever they wanted. While it was supposed to be helping people that were out of work or couldn't work because they were confined to their homes and things of that nature, people were going out and buying 72-inch TVs. Remember that? You had people going out spending money on things they absolutely did not need. And it's like, wow, the economy's, how well are things doing? Well, the COVID had the economy down, and that was trying to keep the stimulus going, stimulate the economy, which led to out-of-control inflation. All right, final hour just ahead. What do we got? Knucklebuster coming up. Gilligan's on board, the blind man. And it's 844-844-3388. How about that? Hump Day coming our way. All right, we'll get to, if there's any lingering doubt that the president's immigration agenda is helping our country and hurting our enemies, we had a release from the Department of Homeland Security that would ultimately dispel anyone thinking that there's any doubts there. Details ahead. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We're barreling toward one of the longest shutdowns in American history unless Democrats drop their partisan demands and pass a clean, no-strings-attached budget to reopen the government and pay our federal workers.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is warning the current government shutdown could be one of the longest in history.
He spoke at a news conference on Monday.
We will not allow the American people to be taken hostage over partisan demands.
The Republican said if Democrats keep up their obstruction, then that's where we're going to be headed. The shutdown began October 1st and looks like it's heading into its third week. The Senate's expected to vote again today on a measure to fund the government, but it's one that's already failed 7 times.
The healthcare system, and you pay insurance companies more, the prices are increased. That's been the problem.
I'm Tammy Trujillo.
It's another Biden backfire on the world stage. As President Trump celebrates a breakthrough Israel-Hamas peace deal, Biden tried to take a little bit of that credit, claiming his team worked relentlessly for peace. Critics say Biden's weak foreign policy and failed Gaza projects only empowered the radicals, while Trump's strength and resolve brought the hostages home and peace to the region. A new study shows that 40% of deadly car accidents are linked to marijuana.
The research was conducted by scientists at Ohio's Wayne State University. They looked at the blood levels of 246 drivers killed over a 6-year period and found elevated levels of THC, the psychoactive ingredient in marijuana, in 4 out of 10 drivers. The lead author says the study highlights the public health risk posed by driving under the influence of weed, despite recreational cannabis now legalized in 24 states. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 202 points, the S&P 500 lost 10 points, and the Nasdaq fell 172 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A Pinellas County, Florida woman faces more than 40 charges after being accused of forcing her own child to make pornographic videos.
Pinellas Sheriff Bob Gualtieri says the suspect sent 14 files involving her 11-year-old daughter to a man she met online.
The mother admitted to forcing her 11-year-old daughter to perform sex acts on video and sending these photographs or these videos to the male subject.
Gualtieri says that man is under investigation but hasn't been charged yet.
Equally at fault are the consumers of this crap.
Gualtieri says because of the child's age, some charges carry the death penalty under a 2023 state law. Gordon Bird, Clearwater.
Former President Barack Obama has been featured in a new advertisement urging Californians to vote yes on Proposition 50.
The 30-second television ad started airing statewide today. In it, Obama warns that democracy is in peril. It is part of a multi-million-dollar ad purchase promoting Prop 50, the Democrat-backed ballot measure in support of congressional redistricting. The ad is expected to run through the November 4th election. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Characters from the movie K-pop Demon Hunters are very popular for Halloween.
Google's Frightgeist has listed the top searches for Halloween costumes across the country.
Let's send those disgusting demons back to the depths where they belong!
In Seattle, the top costumes are Rumi from K-pop Demon Hunters, Labubu, and Mira from K-pop Demon Hunters. In Yakima, Mira's the top costume. In Spokane, it's Elphaba from Wicked, Deathly the Tiger, and Baby Sanja from K-pop Demon Hunters. I'm Brad.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, and away we go for that final hour here on a Wednesday. And right on cue, there's Truck and Phil. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Stabil. Hey, a big shout out. Happy birthday to you, Mr. Steve Summers. How awesome. You ought to have a happy birthday watermelon roast or something like that. Maybe a big Italian meal, something good. All right, 54 this morning, 66 for a high Fort Wayne. Only going to 62, Newaygo, Michigan. Hey, a big congratulations and shout out to the Knucklebuster and all the veterans out there. Roll on. All right, this is my final check-in for the week. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back again. All right, got a week off there. All right, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Yeah, we got that Semper Fi shout out to the Knucklebuster. Yes, indeed. Welcome back.
Happy birthday again, Mr. Steve Summers. I hope you're having a great morning. Give that Semper Fi shout out back to Truck and Phil, Captain Ron, Donut Man, and Mr. Steve Summers there. Well, with all this bad food you talking about, we might as well just be buying a bottle of Stabil and turning it up so you would kill us just as fast.
Right?
Nah, I don't. It's kind of like drinking a bottle of battery acid. I don't have to drink a bottle of battery acid. No, it's no good for me. I wouldn't be drinking no Stabil, but I'd be putting it in my gasoline, make it last 2 years there. Well, I saw that little strawberry blonde in there, Steve, and I asked her if her parents were bakers. And she said, no, and she want to know why they should be. And I said, well, because you're a cutie pie, girl. So, well, let's talk about trucking. I put locks on the trailer doors back here. My boss buys locks. He's real concerned about security. I got 1, 2. On this trailer, I got 3 spots I can put a lock. I put them on all 3 spots. Some of the other trailers, the newer trailers we got, have got 5 spots. He buys enough locks, I can carry 5 to 7 locks with me, and somebody ticks me off, I can stick one on the back door and then go in there and hand him some money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wouldn't do that, would I? Yeah, I have done that already. But when I park that truck and I get out and go in that truck stop, I take that key with me, too. And if I'm in a dangerous place at night, I can wrap that seatbelt through the door handle back to the seat, and that a little bit extra security there. And well, I also got my water blaster up in the truck with me, so. But I keep it in a safe, keep ammunition in a separate safe, so that way I'm legal. But when I get parked, ain't nobody messing with me, so I'll put that water bottle with that water blaster, and we'll take care of business if we need to, right?
Absolutely.
Steve, you know how to adjust the trailer brakes on the trailer. You know, we talking about all these DOT inspections and stuff. You know how to adjust the trailer brakes on the trailer?
I can't say that I do, no.
Well, they used to do it with a 9/16 end wrench. But nowadays, they got the automatic slack adjusters on there. All you have to do is back up, pull down 3 times, back up 3 times and pull down on that Johnny bar a little bit. You ain't got to get going fast either, so just trailer brake handle, whatever it's on the dash up there, or on the side of the steering wheel, whichever way your truck is there. And just every time I stop and I go to take off, I adjust them brakes back up. Well, I also pull forward and pull that trailer brake down, too, to make sure that nobody pulled my fifth wheel while I was in the truck stop there, because I've seen that happen out here a time or two. Mm-hmm. Guys jump back in that truck, go to take off, and then that trailer lands on the ground. So that's not a good thing. So, well, that's my deal for the safety. And as far as the food, eat fresh, see? Make your own french fries. They put sugar in that grease in them fast food joints to make some french fries golden brown. I don't eat sugar on my french fries. Matter of fact, I bought some, they got beef tips there at Arby's now. And guess what they put on them beef tips, Steve? Sugar.
Yeah.
And that sauce. If it was that good, why in the hell you put sugar on it, make it taste better, you know?
All right.
So I just cook my own. You know the best way to cook a breakfast?
How's that?
In a cast iron skillet. I turn my oven on 400 degrees. I put a little butter in there, let it melt. Get it up 400 degrees. I pop me a couple of the pre-made biscuits in there, because I ain't as good as Tennessee was about making scratch biscuits. So, and then let them cook. And as soon as that's done, I put a little bit more butter in there and crack 2 eggs. I don't crack them on the side of that skillet, but I crack it in a bowl and pour them eggs in there with a little half and half and let them bake for 3 to 3.5 minutes in that 400-degree oven. See, them blue eggs I buy down there at Costco, them are some of the best eggs you'll ever eat in your life there. And they are beautiful sunny side up eggs. So, all right, that's all my bologna. Now I've made everybody hungry, so I'm ready to go back home and cook. But well, wait a minute, I got to go to Dallas first.
All right.
Yep. All right, have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
You got to have priorities there, Knucklebuster. Priorities. Got to finish the job first. All right, let me give you the rest of the story. If there were any lingering doubts that the president's immigration agenda is helping America and hurting its enemies, this Department of Homeland Security news release should dispel that. This past day, Tuesday, Homeland Security put out a blistering release that chronicled a sickening plot from south of the border that was targeting immigration and customs enforcement as well as Customs and Border Protection agents, all the way in Chicago. Here is the blistering headline, quote, "Bounties originating from Mexico offered to shoot immigration and customs enforcement and Customs and Border Protection officers in Chicago." According to Homeland Security, they have acquired credible intelligence linking Mexican criminals to a tiered bounty system targeting ICE and CBP agents. Worse yet, Homeland Security claims that those Mexicans are working with domestic extremist groups to accomplish this vile task. These criminal networks have issued explicit instructions to U.S.-based sympathetics, including the likes of street gangs in Chicago, to monitor, harass, and assassinate federal agents. Homeland Security adds, cartels have disseminated a structured bounty program to incentivize violence against federal personnel, with payouts escalating based on rank and action taken. And the payouts are significant, they say. According to this tiered system, participants are promised $2,000 for gathering intel or doxing federal agents, which includes sensitive family information, $5,000 to $10,000 for kidnapping or non-lethal assaults on ICE and Border Protection agents. Up to $50,000 for the assassination of high-ranking officials. These criminal networks, not just resisting the rule of law, they're waging an organized campaign of terror against the brave men and women who protect our borders and our communities. So says Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. She then highlighted just how dangerous things are getting for her agents and how committed to the cause that they are still. Our agents are facing ambushes, drone surveillance, death threats, all because they dare to enforce the laws passed by Congress. We will not back down from these threats, and every criminal, terrorist, and illegal alien will face American justice. Worse yet, Homeland Security highlighted that these criminal networks are interested in more than just an influx of cash. In neighborhoods like Chicago's Pilsen and Little Village, gang members affiliated with groups like the Latin Kings have actually deployed spotters on rooftops equipped with firearms and radio communications. These individuals track customs enforcement and border protection movements in real time, relaying coordinates. That surveillance has enabled ambushes and disruptions during routine enforcement actions, including recent raids under the Operation Midway Blitz. And it's not just in the second city. In Portland and Chicago, Antifa groups have been providing logistical support like pre-staged protest supplies, doxing of agent identities, on-the-ground interference to shield some of the cartel-linked individuals from deportation. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America,
The people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Meanwhile, good morning to the blind man. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. I gave you the information about the protein drink I get at Costco. It comes in 18 bottles per box. It's a white box. And my urologist warned me no more than 2 a day, because if you drink more, it hurts your kidneys. I usually drink one when I get up around 11 o'clock, which helps me a lot. But that was the information I wanted to pass along on that aspect. Have you heard any more about what Trump is doing to eliminate programs with this shutdown?
My understanding is we're going to get a full update on that Friday, I believe they said.
Okay.
He's going to actually...
looking forward to that.
He's going to lay out which programs they're going to cut. And he said it's going to, it's going to make the Democrats unhappy.
That's good. Happy about that. But anyway, that's all I had to say today. I just wanted to pass that information about the protein drink I get at Costco.
All righty. Thank you for checking in this early hump day. Blind man, have a great day. Be safe. Look forward to chatting again. Let me see here. Yeah, I did a quick search for him then. Headline from Politico. The White House to axe more egregious programs Friday. The president called out the most egregious socialist, semi-communist, probably not full communist programs, and those that will be impacted. This says he will announce the list of programs Friday should the government shutdown drag on through the end of the week. This past day saying, quote, we're closing up programs that are Democrat programs that we're opposed to, and they're never going to come back in many cases. He did not elaborate on which programs. He added that the shutdown opens the window for his administration to cancel federal programs that his party opposes, what he called, the most egregious socialist, semi-communist programs. The administration has the ability to do things we were unable to do before right now. This is more or less a threat. He's given them a window of opportunity to go ahead and pass the clean continuing resolution and get the government reopened. But as this shutdown barrels towards its third week, and just 1 week after the administration made good on their promise to use this lapse in federal funding to begin laying off thousands of federal employees. The Office of Management and Budget this past day said that they are preparing for more layoffs. We are making every preparation to batten down the hatches and ride out the Democrats' intransience. Pay the troops. Pay law enforcement. Continue the RIFs. Earlier this month, OMB Director Russ Vaught announced the government froze nearly $2 billion for infrastructure projects in New York. They've canceled $8 billion in climate-related projects in states that voted for Kamala Harris. We're not closing up Republican programs because we think they work. we're closing Democrat programs that we disagree with, and they're never going to open again, was his statement at the time. But yeah, so Friday, we'll see. Now, Tuesday was vote number 8 on the clean continuing resolution, failing once again. I don't know if they just continue to do this voting day in, one after another. I guess they may have another opportunity today, right? Hello to the CNI dog.
Good morning and happy birthday to you. Is that 60 or 61? I can't remember.
6-1.
Okay, yeah, I'm tandem with you. I'll be in November. I'll be 60. So we're similar in age.
Yeah, 1960.
I remember one time. Go ahead.
This date, 1964, I entered this world.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, I called in and Chevy guy /57 said, yeah, that young man, I agree with what he said. He didn't know how old I was. Knucklebuster was talking about the Johnny Bar on these newer Freightliners. There's a blue button on the dash. If you want to achieve what he's talking about, you give it like half pressure. Okay. Mm-hmm. If you push it full pressure, it'll lock the brakes on the trailer. So you just give it like half pressure to slow the brakes but not lock them in place.
Okay.
Also, I wanted to talk about AI real quick. Are you a Trekkie? Do you watch Star Trek?
Oh, I don't think I'm a Trekkie, but I enjoy Star Trek. I've watched it many times over the years. Yeah.
Yeah. I always was amazed with computer. It would ask it questions and stuff like that, and get information from the computer when they couldn't figure out things.
Yes.
Believe it or not, Gemini, the chat for Google, is a lot like that. It does pull a lot of data. It does cover a huge spectrum of things that you think they wouldn't cover. Like I play a game, it'll tell you, things about the game. It'll tell you things about politics. It'll tell you things about YouTube. So I want to challenge you to give it a try.
Okay.
I know a lot of.
I guess the question: does it give you factual information or biased information? Hold the thought there. Hey, for 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. You can learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We're barreling toward one of the longest shutdowns in American history.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is warning the current government shutdown could be one of the longest in history.
He spoke at a news conference on Monday.
We will not allow the American people to be taken hostage over partisan demands.
The Republican said if Democrats keep up their obstruction, then that's where we're going to be headed. The shutdown began October 1st and looks like it's heading into its 3rd week. The Senate's expected to vote again today on a measure to fund the government, but it's one that's already failed 7 times. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
It's another Biden backfire on the world stage. As President Trump celebrates a breakthrough Israel-Hamas peace deal, Biden tried to take a little bit of that credit, claiming his team worked relentlessly for peace. Critics say Biden's weak foreign policy and failed Gaza projects only empowered the radicals, while Trump's strength and resolve brought the hostages home and peace to the region. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Round and third, headed toward home, as Rick likes to say. All right, Seeing Eye Dog. So, you recommend what is Chat GPT the same as like what'd you say, the Gemini, or what's your suggestion?
I've never tried the Chat GPT. The Gemini program on the Samsung phone system, the Google one, it is really nice. Believe it or not, I think it would help you pull things up much faster. I mean, you're really quick about what you do. I mean, people are talking about a topic, and you're really good at pulling out the information real quick. But I think you could double down I don't know, just give it a try. I'm kind of fascinated with it because I was a little bit of a Trekkie, and, computer, it would ask it questions that, you kind of understand and know, but you wouldn't have the details of it. And I am pretty impressed with it. I know a lot of people are afraid of technology. I know people don't want computers to tell them what to do or where to go or something like that. But I think it's just a little bit quicker than typing it out yourself and kind of milling through tons of data, because it literally crunches the data. And then it could draw pictures too. Okay, you can ask it, I want a unicorn flying through the air with cotton candy clouds, and it'll make that picture. Okay. Some of the pictures are cartoonish, and some of them actually look like real people, which is pretty impressive. But I think it's kind of fun too. But I wouldn't ask it anything like goofy or something that you wouldn't ask your 8th grade science teacher. Because I'm pretty sure they do monitor things you say it. And look this up for me if you could. Didn't a long time ago they passed a Bill of Rights or some kind of constitution for computers or robots? Do you remember that? I thought you brought that up on your show at one time.
It's not ringing a bell. But I do know that, I don't know, I mean, Ed used to, when it first came out, I think he had a phone that had Siri on it. And, I mean, we're going back when it was first, at the inception time, and he would ask it all kind of goofy questions. He would say, Siri, where's a good place to bury a dead body where nobody will know, and just things like that. Right.
Well, like I said, anything you wouldn't ask your 8th grade science teacher, I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't push its buttons like that.
Yeah, well, the algorithms, right? They're tracking. Hey, does this guy has he got a dead body he's looking to bury? Better check this guy out. Meanwhile, all right, hard to believe the holidays are almost here, right? Amazon announcing they're planning to hire 250,000 workers for the holiday season across their fulfillment and transportation networks here in the U.S. Same number as the last 2 years as they make preparations for their surge in orders. The announcement Monday comes amid concerns. Shoppers might be cautious about spending this holiday season, bracing for the impact of the tariff policies. Data from Adobe Analytics last week projected holiday online sales to grow, but at a slower pace this year. Online sales are still expected to outshine overall sales growth, but the latest tariffs on Chinese imports will have limited impact on holiday sales, as most of the inventory is already here in the country. Amazon will hire full-time and part-time employees at $23 per hour with benefits, while seasonal workers will earn an average wage of over $19 per hour, according to the announcement. The company had last month said they're investing more than $1 billion to raise pay and lower health care costs for fulfillment and transportation employees. Retailers have issued some mixed outlooks ahead of the holiday season. Target, Best Buy maintaining their annual forecast. Walmart and Macy's actually raising their forecast. But all right, Chris, I believe, checking in. Morning, Chris. What's been happening?
Good morning, Steve. Happy birthday.
Well, thank you.
Well, you're welcome. Well, I remember something. Remember when all this poison pet food was coming in from China?
Yeah, I mean, lead in the toys, lead in kids' toys, leads in toothpaste, lead in drywall. I mean, like they were trying to kill us or something, right?
Well, that was one thing, but there was pet food that was, it really wasn't food. It was like garbage, and the guy put arsenic in it. The Chinese came down on this guy, but I remember he said the arsenic showed up as protein when they tested the content of the food, and he had been doing this for years, and he put in a little too much, and it was killing everybody's pet.
Oh, boy, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. But, I thought that was interesting that it somehow that pulled the test, and maybe that's, I'm not saying they're doing it intentionally, but it's strange that the vegetable, I know seaweed has mercury in it, I think. That's where a lot of the fish get their mercury from eating seaweed.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know where the lead would come from. But I wanted to say one thing about these computer chips, Steve. What C&I Dog was saying. What I would say is don't ask it anything that it has to process. It basically just searches. But what got me to call was what Grump was saying. I don't disagree with anything he was saying, but this company in Taiwan, they were the only company in the world that had a machine that would make these video chips. And that's how they got started. They were making the game chips, and they had to have this machine specially built. It's like an engraving machine. I think it's photo engraving.
Mm-hmm.
But they're trying to build one now in Arizona, this same company. But that's where the ban is. China is not allowed to buy one of these machines. If they can figure out how to make one. But that's what really put Intel in a big world of hurt. They still make the old-fashioned processors, and they were building this big plant to make these processors when this AI stuff came in, and it's a completely different chip, and they don't really have the capacity to build these gaming chips or the AI chips. But I still don't trust the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I looked up something the other day. I asked it what a gallon of gas costs in Canada, and I figured it would have trouble with that. It told me $12 a freaking gallon, which isn't even close. It can't process anything. All it does is search. I think it's a much better search engine, but as far as compiling something, or I don't think it's intelligent at all. It's just, I think, and a lot of the stuff it comes up with is just off the wall.
Right.
I just wanted to throw that in there.
I've heard that of it giving bizarre answers, and in some cases not factual answers. And of course, they've had to add some protection for younger people using the likes of these AI chat things. Giving bad advice. I had several suicides related to their having discussions. Yeah, the one in particular I remember sharing a few weeks ago. Yeah, a young boy was asking, should I tell anybody about my desire to kill myself? No. The advice from the computer was, keep that to yourself. That was honestly someone reaching out, wanting help. If he had talked to someone, a human, he may have genuinely got help. And it's got to be careful with this AI stuff, no doubt about it. What's going on, Gilligan?
Happy birthday. Never mind that. Happy birthday, Steve. I can't do that one worth a darn. Hey, It's also my wife Marianne's birthday today.
That's right. I meant to mention
She's
that.
Not the Marianne that checks in.
Your wife's birthday, I think.
She's not the Marianne that checks in.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry.
Jolly Green's wife has a birthday today as well, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I believe that's the case.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, happy birthday to her. Yep. Now, Steve, we have learned some things tonight and it's kind of making me scratch my head. First, horse feathers, talking about eating paint chips. And then you got their Seeing Eye Dog talking about unicorn flying through the air and something about cotton candy. Is he eating cotton candy while riding on a unicorn flying through the air?
Yes, cotton candy clouds.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, I'm gonna get on a little more serious thing. Joe Biden is trying to take credit for what Trump has done in the Middle East. Is this anything new? It's always they want to take the credit for what goes on. They're talking about, well, Hamas is supposed to disarm. Hamas will never disarm. Think about that. They will never disarm. They can hide their weapons in these tunnels. And it's like you said, they literally kidnapped 250-some people. They got 160 of them back alive. The other 90 were killed by these monsters. And what did we get? What did they get? You said in your report, busloads of Palestinian prisoners.
I think it was somewhere one or
actual terrorists.
1 or 2,000 of them. Yes, that they got back.
Yeah, this is why Hamas, the Palestinians, and these other terrorist organizations keep doing this. Oh, we got a victory. We got civilians back, and they got thousands of their combatants, the very terrorists that are causing these problems. I know. I feel absolutely horrible for those people that was kidnapped by these animals, and that's what they are. But this is why they keep doing this, because they keep on getting their people back, and it's a crying shame. I don't know. It's sickening that we just keep on and on. That Trump brought up about not the precious metals, but the rare earth mineral that the Russians have. Yeah, but how hard is this stuff to mine? Like you said, the Russians' economy is very, very unstable right now. They've been at war with the Ukrainians for how many years now? They attacked soon after Biden took office. Maybe they might have the minerals, but some of that mining it costs more to mine it than what you're going to get out of it.
And I don't know that they have the technology to actually do it. I mean, Ukraine. Yeah, we've signed that deal where we're going to have rights to a percentage of the rare earths that are supposedly the Ukraine has a boatload of that stuff, but they don't have the technological capabilities to get out there and mine it. And the idea is once this war ends, once we can get them to come to some sort of a resolution, American businesses with the technology will be able to invest and actually go over there and begin harvesting those rare earths from that territory in Ukraine, obviously lessening our reliance and dependence on the likes of China, which is pretty much the only way we can get it right now.
One of the final hooks of the 2025 season happened in Lancaster, Ohio, and some big names hold some big distances. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm the voice of the NTPA Overnight Report, Greg Hunter. Region 2 is still pulling for the 2025 season, and the Classic Superstock started off a chilly Monday evening in Lancaster. And they did not disappoint. Of the 12 in the class, the top 10 all went over 300 feet. Finding their way on the podium was Jarek Simmons aboard Crushing It, going 315.1, which was good enough for third, just behind Eric Simmons in Midnight Squeeze and the 315.2. Neither were quite a match, though, for David Charles Spillman aboard Smokin' Ace and his 318.7. Moving over to light pro stock tractors, the distances were a little more spread out. The Boss with Tom Schaefer took third with 297. In second, Jordan Stroud at 321. And the top spot going to Kevin Banian on Forgiven with a very impressive 353, which was easily good enough for first. The two-wheel drive trucks brought out some big Grand National names like Sullivan, Petro, and Mayhill, just to name a few. The top 5 included Lucas William Heilman and his Buckeye Hooker 2 in 5th place, Donnie Sullivan with Big Stick in 4th. Third went to Kelly Nichols aboard One Fine Edge with a pull of 305. In second was Russ Nichols on the Edge, 306. However, Brent Seacrest seemed to have the Lancaster track figured out with his hook of 320.5. And for you non-math people, that's 14 feet on the rest of the field to take the win. Finishing out the evening were the Modifieds, and the field put some big numbers on the board. The top 5 included names like Caden Frey on Totally Freight in 5th. Todd Feist drove Snow Farmer into 4th. Galen Barja piloted the Rhino Ag Judge Next Generation into 3rd with a pull of 348. Terry Feist took the Feisty Farmer 353, which was good enough for 2nd. And Wayne Sullivan took his gorgeous Kentuckian on a glorious ride to 359 feet for yet another win in his storied career. There is one hook remaining on the 2025 schedule, and it happens in Raleigh, North Carolina. And if you love pulling, it's a great way to end the season. 4 sessions over 3 days starting on Friday the 17th, running through Sunday the 19th. From minis to light pro stocks to modified and two-wheel drives, the finale of the 2025 season will not disappoint. If you can't be there in person, you can watch via Full Pull Live. And if you can't watch live, you can watch the NTPA Championship Pulling every week on RFD TV. New episodes premiere every Wednesday at 8:30 Eastern. This week, light mods and modifieds from Toma will be taking the track during the 2025 Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals. As the season is wrapping up, now is the time to gear up for the 2026 pulling season at the NTPA shop, which is online now at shopntpa.com. Shirts, hoodies, hats, collectibles, all are now just a click away at shopntpa.com. Keep up with everything from the NTPA by going to ntpapoll.com. You can find schedules, results, apply for one of our many student scholarships, and so much more at ntpapoll.com. It's a one-stop shop for everything NTPA. And this last reminder, the last hook of the season happens in Raleigh, North Carolina, the weekend of the 17th. There are going to be 4 hooks over the course of 3 days, and you can watch now at fullpulllive.com. For the NTPA Overnight Report from the national headquarters of the National Tractor Pullers Association in Marion, Ohio, I'm Greg Hunter.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
All right, we're rolling to the home stretch here on a early Wednesday. Knucklebuster said he had, one quick thing? What's up?
You mentioned the holidays coming up, Steve. I want an adult version of Halloween where we get passed out free skull busters and scantily clad Cinderella, and that'd give me a whole lot to be thankful for come Thanksgiving, don't you think?
You're on the right track.
Well, if you married to your scantily clad Cinderella, you better just stick with her. That's all my bull on it for this morning, Mr.
All right. Thank you there, Knucklebuster. Have a great day. Final note as we continue going after the drug cartels right now in particular. Venezuela. The president this past day posting via Truth Social, we have struck yet another boat trafficking drugs off the coast of Venezuela. 6 drug traffickers on board this vessel killed. Trump said the vessel affiliated with the designated terrorist organization. Intelligence confirmed the vessel was trafficking narcotics associated with illicit narco-terrorist networks and was transiting along a known DTO route. The strike conducted in international waters. 6 male narco-terrorists aboard the vessel killed in the strike. No U.S. forces harmed, he says. So I'm kind of losing track. This is at least the 5th time we've announced such a strike. The Pentagon announced another one here earlier this month. This is likely to further inflame tensions between the U.S. and the Venezuelan President Maduro, who's indicated he's preparing to declare a state of emergency to protect his country in the event of an attack by the U.S. military. All right, with that, closing things out here on a hump day. We're halfway there. Obviously, when we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time, we will be able to say it's Friday Eve. Hope you can join us for the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,